Chapter 556. Shining had already rushed over, but she was still one step too late. Yuhing seemed to be prepared for this. In a flash, he disappeared from his original spot. Shining missed her target. The next moment, Yuhing appeared in the sky. Lone Moon and the other two rushed over as well. Lone Moon looked around and realized that the managers who were lying on the ground had all disappeared. Everything around them had turned into a pitch-black body of water. What was going on? What was Yuhing trying to do? Those managers, are you looking for them? As if he could guess what they were thinking, Yuhing, who was in the sky, smiled sinisterly. Beside him were the 16 managers, including the 4 who had just been locked up. Some of them were still unconscious. However, all of them were tied up by black threads and could not move. Boss! Tu Ji was panicking. He looked down at the black threads that bound him tightly. What are you? Yuhing did not answer. Instead, he looked down at Shining. He looked excited. I just wanted to find a way to slowly improve my abilities. I didn't think that I would attract the legendary monitors. But that's good too. With that, he waved his hand and grabbed Tu Ji, who was closest to him. In the next moment, Tu Ji turned into a red fog and entered Yuheng's body. The thick black around Yuheng slowly turned into a strange red. Tu Ji did not even have time to scream. In the next moment, he turned into dust. Not even his bones were left. Yuheng's aura became even thicker. The suppressive force around him became even stronger. Lone Moon's heart jumped. He finally understood why Yuheng had taken the 16 managers away. It was not to save them. Oh no, he's absorbing the manager's energy. Quick, stop him. But it was too late. Ha 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 ha. Yuheng laughed maniacally. The fear on his face had long disappeared. Instead, he looked greedy. Once I've absorbed them, it'll be your turn. With your energy, no plane will be able to stop me in the future. He was getting more and more excited. The black chi around his body dissipated. The remaining managers glowed with different colors and started to rush into Yuheng's body. For a moment, red, blue, yellow, all sorts of energies melted into the darkness around him, dyeing his originally pure black aura into a sea of colors. At the same time, the suppressive force around them became heavier. They could even feel that the layer of energy that Shining used to protect them was being shaken, as if it was going to break at any time. They could not even rush out to stop it. F***CK. Lone Moon cursed under his breath. Those managers were Yuheng's subordinates after all. Yuheng actually absorbed their energy without hesitation. It looked like this so-called Big Tao organization had always been a cover for them to invade other planes. They were just using other managers to increase their own power. But looking at how he had fused the energy of more than 10 managers, there might be more than before. He and Chef were not afraid of facing 16 people directly. But if it was now, none of them would be able to fight Yuheng. Shining was the only exception. But no matter how powerful Shining was, she was only slightly stronger than a manager. Could she really defeat her opponent? He turned around worriedly. Shen. He saw that Shining was still as lazy as before. No, she was even lazier than before. It was as if she did not see what was happening in the sky. She even took out a fruit and continued to chew on it. When she heard him speak, she tilted her head and replied, Huh? Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Was this the time to eat fruit? Ha 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 ha. Yuheng had already absorbed all the energy of the managers. He looked at them as if they were dead. It's your turn. Lone Moon panicked. Quick, think about what we should do. With that, he and I Ching subconsciously stood in front of Shining. I'm thinking. Shining answered as she chewed on her fruit. I only have one question that I can't figure out. What question? Do you think? She suddenly pointed at the man who was flying towards them with a sinister smile. He just ate so many things. Won't he have diarrhea? Ha! What kind of question was that? Gulp, suddenly, a strange sound came from the sky. Yu Hang, who was attacking them, stopped in his tracks. His face paled and he suddenly bent over and hugged his stomach, revealing a pained expression. Lone Moon, Qing, Fong, the situation was extremely awkward. See, didn't I say he would have diarrhea? Shining replied. How could that be? How could this be? Yu Hing seemed to be in so much pain that he fell from the sky with a loud thud. He hugged his stomach and rolled on the ground. The arrogant expression on his face was now one of agony. The few of them took a closer look and saw that Yu Heng's body seemed to be splitting apart. Suddenly, cracks appeared all over his body. In the middle of those cracks, the various types of energy that Yu Heng had absorbed earlier were desperately trying to escape. It was as if they were trying to break free from his control. Yu Heng, on the other hand, looked like he was in disbelief. His eyes were filled with madness. Impossible. I was able to absorb those types of energy earlier. How could there be a backlash? That's impossible. He suddenly thought of something and turned to glare at Shining. It's you. What did you do? Shining paused. You're having diarrhea and you're blaming me. I didn't do anything. She walked a few steps closer and scanned him from head to toe. You look like you have nothing better to do. Lone Moon, Qing, Fong, why did she feel that this explanation made so much sense? Yu Heng had obviously absorbed the energy of all 16 managers at the same time. He could not take it anymore and was now suffering from a backlash. He was reaping what he sowed. No. That's impossible. I clearly. Ah. More and more cracks appeared on Yu Heng's body. Rays of different colors shone through the cracks. His entire body was glowing like a rainbow. He looked like he was about to explode, but he continued to stare in Shen Ying's direction. His eyes were filled with viciousness as he said, "Do you think you can leave just because you beat me? Dream on." He suddenly laughed maniacally. Do you really think that the Big Tao organization only has these few people? He reached out toward the sky, as if he was tearing something out. In the next moment, the plane trees in the sky that looked like stars suddenly emitted several beams of light. Instantly, a large number of plane doors opened. One by one, figures appeared in the sky. All of them had the same aura as Lone Moon and the others, managers. Chapter 557. Lone Moon's heart tightened. Holy shit, he actually called so many managers over. More and more plane doors appeared in the sky. In a short while, the entire sky was filled with people. There were at least 100 of them. Ha 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 ha. Yu Heng laughed even more wildly. None of you can escape. All of you have to die. Are you sure? Shining interrupted him, her expression darkening. Suddenly, an energy that was completely different from that of a manager swept across the entire water realm. The managers who had just appeared felt their bodies sink. In the next moment, they fell from the sky like dumplings. They were pressed into the water, unable to move. All the energy in their bodies dissipated. They could not gather any energy at all. Boundless fear enveloped the entire space. This power came suddenly, but it was so strong that it was beyond imagination. Everyone did not even have time to react before they were already on the ground. They did not even have the slightest intention to resist. Even Lone Moon and the other two people subconsciously swayed, and instantly had the urge to kneel down. Yu Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. What exactly are you? In the next moment, he could not take it anymore. His entire body exploded. All sorts of lights shot out from his body and then disappeared. The entire water realm returned to normal. Only the dumplings were left on the ground. The dumplings, who were they? Where were they? What just happened? Lone Moon did a head count and found that there were a total of 106 dumplings, no, 106 managers in the Big Tao organization. Including Yu Hang and the 16 who had been sucked dry, there were a total of 123 people. Team 123 was rather neat. As for how to deal with these managers, they did not make things difficult for them. According to them, most of them had actually been forced to join the Big Tao organization by Yu Hang. Their reason was similar to before. Rather than being targeted and destroyed, they might as well pretend to be obedient. After joining, they then realized that their planes had been locked in the starry sky of this water realm. Every move they made was under Yu Hang's surveillance. This was also the reason why Yu Hang had been able to drag all of them here so quickly even before his death. And those 16 people were obviously Yu Hang's trusted subordinates. They were in charge of all the planes' recruitment. They had always been absorbing new planes, but for some reason, these managers would often miss one or two planes. They knew that there was a problem, but they did not dare to resist. After all, Yu Hang was stronger than all of them. His 16 trusted subordinates were all extraordinary as well. In addition, the plane was being restrained. Even if they dared to join forces, they were no match for him, so they could only stay. Hence, after Yu Hang's death, these people did not even talk about avenging him. They were so excited that they almost set off firecrackers to celebrate. It could be said that he was very happy to accept his defeat. Although there were a few who didn't look too good, they were managers after all, and they represented a plane. If something were to happen to them, their plane would not be any better off. Lone Moon discussed it with Chef and decided not to do anything to them. As for the managers who disappeared, these people did not know, but Lone Moon and the others did. Without a doubt, Yu Hang and the others must have absorbed all their energy and disappeared. At the end of the day, this Big Tao organization was created by Yu Hang and the others to improve their abilities. If they did not come, these managers would have died in their hands sooner or later. Boss. A man in white looked in Shen Ying's direction and weakly raised his hand. We really do not want to stay in this Big Tao organization anymore. But our plane has always been locked near this part of the universe. Since you are so powerful, can you help us separate? As soon as he said this, the eyes of the other 100 or so managers who were kneeling on the ground lit up, and they raised their heads with sparkling eyes. Lone Moon thought about it. That's true. So many plane trees were transplanted here, and they could not leave. Of course it was not a good thing. First of all, it was not conducive to the development of the plane. Planes would often collide with each other, and there would naturally be more plane storms and gaps. Moreover, with so many managers gathered together, who knew when a terrorist organization would be formed? Hence, he turned to the person beside him and asked, Shening, do you have a way to separate them? He suddenly remembered when she helped Pair Z previously. You should be able to see what's locking them, right? I can see it. Shening nodded. Then help them. Separate them. Go back to where you came from, don't squeeze together. The eyes of the dumplings lit up even more. They looked at Shening expectantly. Shening raised her head to take a look. Her body slumped down lazily. So troublesome. Let's have extra food today. Yes, Father Nyo, no problem, Father Nyo. Shening stood up immediately and said seriously, but it is indeed quite troublesome to separate them one by one. Lone Moon's expression darkened. But before he lost his temper, she quickly added, why don't we do it together? Together? What together? Everyone was stunned. Before they could react, they saw Shening suddenly take a few steps back. She threw away the fruit core in her hand and suddenly clenched her fist. She punched the water under her feet. Following that, there was a dull sound. Everyone felt a layer of waves sweep over them. In the next moment, they heard a series of cracking sounds. The sound became louder and clearer. They saw that on the originally calm water surface, white cracks suddenly appeared. In an instant, they covered the entire water surface like a pearl net. The entire water surface broke apart like a broken mirror. Those cracks even began to spread toward the starry sky above their heads. The dumplings were all stunned. This starry sky and water surface were created by the combined energy of several resistors in the U region. That was why they could not escape at all. Compared to breaking away from a plane, it was obviously more difficult to destroy this place. But she just did it with one punch. Were they blind? But in the next moment, the dumplings were not in the mood to think about this problem. Because they felt a long-lost feeling. The feeling of freedom. My plane lock is gone. Me too. We finally don't have to be locked here. That's great. Is this a miracle? My plane can actually really leave this starry sky. Free, we're finally free. The dumplings were more excited than the last. Some even jumped up directly. Their faces were full of joy, as if they had been given a new life. Chapter 558. The plane trees that were originally made up of stars started to disappear one by one. As the cracks in the sky spread to the entire horizon, not a single tree was left. All that was left was a pitch-black, broken starry sky that was full of cracks. Following that, there was another rumbling sound. The entire sky started to collapse like a falling ceiling. Large amounts of chaotic chi surged into this space. Lone Moon glanced at the group of dumplings who were still cheering happily. He could not help but remind them, all right, stop jumping around. Your planes have already broken away. Hurry up and do what you have to do. This space is about to return to chaos. Everyone was stunned. Then, they quietened down. They looked at each other for a while, then turned towards the few of them and said in unison, "Thank you, everyone, for your help." With that, they bowed. Although everyone's etiquette was different and they all had their own postures, all of them looked very serious. Shining nodded. "You should be thanking us." Dumplings, all right, hurry up and return to your planes. Only then did everyone open their planar gates and disappear one by one. Lone Moon looked up at the almost completely collapsed space. He hurriedly opened his plane gate and waved to the few of them. "Let's go, we're going back too." The few of them then followed him back. The Divine Realm. This trip to the Big Tao organization was originally just to travel around and learn from other planes. They did not expect to get involved in such a mess. They had to admit that it was tiring. That's right. Lone Moon suddenly thought of something. Yu Heng and the others are already dead. What will happen to the planes they were originally managing? A plane without a manager would probably be very miserable. Just like the God Fiend from before, and Hong Meng and the others. Shining stuffed a piece of pastry into her mouth. After a while, she answered, their world's consciousness will choose a new manager. Although this might be a long process, it was their own doing. Lone Moon sighed. Yu Heng and the others died for nothing. Although the millions of living beings in their world were very innocent. But when he attacked other planes previously, he did not think about the living beings in other planes. It could only be said that their plane had chosen such a manager, so they had to bear the consequences. Lone Moon thought of something and turned to look at Shining. As a manager, I don't have to take such a big risk every time, do I? Invading from time to time. For the umpteenth time, he regretted taking this position. Shining stiffened and immediately smiled. How can that be? Father Nyo. Are there still a lot of good people? Good person. Lone Moon's face darkened. He turned to point at Pear beside him and said, a good person like her. The kind that played a trick on people and then stabbed them in the back. Ah. Fong Fong's hand that was holding the teacup stiffened. Wasn't she already Yi Fong's teammate? Speaking of which, why did you follow us back? Lone Moon scanned her from head to toe and his anger flared up. Don't you still have to nurture that small plane of yours? Are you here to join in the meal? Did they think his meal was free? Actually. Fong Fong smiled embarrassedly and put down the tea in her hand before saying, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it. You don't have to say it. Lone Moon interrupted. So his character was so harsh. But thinking of her own matters, she still braced herself and said, I also know that it was my fault for scheming against you guys previously, but I've changed. From now on, the three of you are my friends. Ha ha. Who wants friends like you? Really, I'm especially grateful to you guys for helping me completely break free from the Big Tao organization. She sighed and said with a solemn expression, if not for your help, I and my plane might have completely disappeared. So. Lone Moon's eyes narrowed. You're biting the hand that feeds you and pestering us. Can't you speak properly? Fellow Taoist Lone Moon, you must be joking. I can't repay such a great favor. She turned to look at Shining, her eyes seemed to be filled with stars instantly. I've thought about it, I intend to move my plane to your place, what do you guys think? With that said, she turned her hand and instantly a white sapling that looked like a bean sprout appeared in her hand. Where do you think is suitable for me to plant it? Why don't we do it beside those two plane trees? Get lost. Humph. I've seen too many fangirls like you. Fong Fong, Shining, Father Nyo, do you know that you'll be alone for life like this? Fong Fong did not stay in the divine realm for long, after all, although her plane had broken free from the lock, it was still very weak, not even as good as Primordial Meng's plane. So she did not have much time and often stayed in other planes. Lone Moon did not agree, she moved the plane near them, but not too far away. She returned in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, of course she didn't stay for a meal. Lone Moon went back to Primordial Meng to take a look and found out miraculously that Rabbit's brainwashing skills had improved again. He did not know what it had taught them, those divine beings were more respectful to Rabbit than to him, they were extremely well-behaved and obedient, completely different from before, when they would shout and kill at the slightest disagreement. Every word and action faintly had the demeanor of an aristocratic family. Lone Moon expressed high praise for Rabbit's work. It was a good rabbit, not at all inferior to the previous one. As for Fatty's side, the situation was also not bad, those three disciples were already close to forming their nascent souls, Mushroom had also woken up. Her missing soul was not so easy to recuperate, the best way was to enter samsara. But once she entered samsara, the past would be forgotten, by then Mushroom would no longer be Mushroom, she herself was also unwilling. Fortunately, Fatty had been nourishing her with immortal herbs and spirit pills all these years, her body was also very good. In addition, Fatty asked Rabbit for guidance on many demon cultivation methods. Under Fatty's supervision, Mushroom even rose by 2 levels. Now she was already a 7th level Mushroom. This matter with Mushroom made Lone Moon realize a problem. Previously, he had always been concerned about the human race, and forgot about the demon and beast races. When the plane first opened, all the races were actually at the starting point. The human race was naturally weak, so they needed cultivation methods, but it did not mean that other races did not need it. Moreover, the human and demon races were both in the mortal realm, although they were separated from each other previously, it was not insurmountable, conflict was inevitable. The human race had been constantly improving, but the demon race was still at the starting point. In the future, it was not impossible for the demon race to be wiped out. That would be too much of a pity, after all, there were still many good demons like Rabbit. Moreover, the plane also had to maintain the diversity of races. So he instructed Fatty to also put the demon race's cultivation inheritance on the agenda. Chapter 559. It just so happens that Mushroom is the first demon to start cultivating. Once he reaches the 10th level, he will go down the mountain to teach Tao like the other disciples. Fatty faltered for a moment, as if hesitating. Finally, he nodded. Yes, Master. His entire person became listless. Lone Moon nodded. He did not mind and turned to return to the divine realm. Two disdainful looks swept over him. Why are you two looking at me like that? Lone Moon glared at a certain master and disciple. The two of them were silent for a while. Then, they turned to look at Fatty. Lone Moon was left to experience it himself. Fatty, Mushroom's injuries are not healed. He's going down the mountain. You should go with him. Master is right. We'll come back together after teaching. Yes. I got it. Fatty's eyes lit up. His entire body became round. Why does he want to go with Mushroom? Lone Moon faltered. He said subconsciously, he's not. Woo woo woo. Before he could finish, Shining and I Ching covered his mouth. Go back, go back. Goodbye, Fatty. With that said, they dragged him all the way back to the divine realm. Shit. What are you two doing? Rebellion, you little rascal. Father no. Shining said in a rare serious manner. You will be destined to be alone for life. Do you know that? Get lost. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Why are you cursing me? What's more, this and Fatty. He stopped mid-sentence. He seemed to understand something. His eyes widened. Holy shit. Fatty and Mushroom. It can't be. Otherwise, why would Fatty be so enthusiastic about teaching mushroom cultivation? I Ching added. Lone Moon paused. Only then did he realize that seemed to be the case. He then said with a look of disbelief, this mushroom has too strong a taste. It actually likes Fatty. Is there something wrong with this logic? Just how much do you dislike being fat, eh? Wait. Lone Moon was shocked. Then what about Rabbit? I Ching, Shining, why did they feel like there was a train passing by, and it was a one-way train? Come to think of it. Lone Moon did not have the slightest self-consciousness at all. He scanned the master and disciple pair from head to toe. How did the two of you figure it out? Forget about Shining. She often went crazy anyway. Chef, who had never been enlightened for 10,000 years, could actually see through it. The two of them looked at each other and replied in unison, we have experience. Lone Moon, go to hell with your dog food. What's wrong with being single? Did a single dog offend you? As they spoke, a beep came from Shen Ying's direction. The wristband on her wrist suddenly lit up with a red light. She waved her hand, and a light screen popped out, flashing the symbol of an envelope. What's this? Lone Moon asked. A friend, she replied. I Ching and Lone Moon were stunned. Shining actually had friends that they didn't know. She reached out and tapped on the symbol. The symbol flickered, and in the next moment, an unfamiliar male voice rang out. Little Ing, I've never heard of the matter that you're talking about. I've asked a few acquaintances for you, but they're not clear about the situation either. If not, you can go to the association to do some research, otherwise. There was a hint of a smile in the voice. You can only ask your sister. Don't worry, I'll help you put in a good word. In the next moment, the voice was cut off, but the familiarity in the voice was obvious, as if it was really a friend that they hadn't met for a long time. Master, this is. I Ching couldn't help but speak. For some reason, a faint panic rose in his heart. This person who spoke, is he from another plane? Lone Moon also asked. What are you looking for him to investigate? Nothing much. Shining turned off the light screen and continued to slump back on the chair. Then she answered, that person last time, didn't he mention something about a monitor? I was curious, so I asked around. The two of them then recalled that Yu Heng from the Big Dao organization had indeed said that Shining was some sort of monitor. At that time, they were busy fighting and didn't pay much attention. Now that they thought about it, he seemed to be extremely fearful of it. Lone Moon suddenly recalled that a while ago, Shining said that after she went into hibernation, there were some changes in her body that even she herself didn't know about. Could it be related to this? His heart sank, and he instantly became a little nervous. It's a pity that no one has heard of it. Shining took out a fruit and habitually nibbled on it. Is there no other way? Lone Moon asked. He kept feeling that if he could figure this out, he would be able to find out the cause of Xin Ying's body. What was that person talking about checking the information about? It's the information about the administrative committee. Administrative committee. Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look. This was the second time they heard Shining mention this association. Didn't you say that it's an unreliable organization? Why is there still information about it? The administrative committee has a reference room. Shining tilted her head and explained, it was built by everyone when they were bored. Usually, when something big happens in each plane, it will be submitted to the reference room for other managers who encounter similar situations. Summing up experience, this was a good idea. It seemed like this administrative committee wasn't so unreliable after all. Oh, right. She thought of something and added, Father Nyo, last time when I hacked your server, I uploaded this information. Motherf asterisk cur. Shameless scavenger. Then Master, are we going there now? I Ching asked. Not now, we'll talk about it later. Wait for what? Lone Moon glanced at him. Wasn't it better to investigate this matter as soon as possible? Wait for my sister to leave. Shining said seriously, I've already informed an assistant classmate from the same batch. My sister happens to be there. When she leaves, they will give me a signal. We'll go then. Lone Moon, I Ching, although very cowardly, but why did he strangely want to give her a thumbs up for planning ahead? After so many years, this Shining was finally reliable for once. Thus, the three of them obediently stayed in the divine realm for a long time. Midway, they even had lunch, had some afternoon tea and some snacks. Xin Ying's wristband beeped again. This time, on the light screen that popped out, there was a huge explosion of fireworks, accompanied by a festive accompaniment. All right, the signal is here. Shining then stood up and reached out to open a plane door. Let's go. Why did they suddenly have the illusion that they were meeting up with an underground gang? Lone Moon and I Ching looked speechless. Only then did they follow Shining through the plane door. They only felt that the scenery in front of them changed. The next moment, they arrived at a pure white space. There was nothing around them, only white. Chapter 560. This is the administrative committee. Lone Moon was stunned. This is the transfer station. Shining pointed to the right and said, it's after that door. The two of them turned around and realized that there was a huge door on their right. It was erected there. They could not tell what material it was made of, it was snow white all over, almost blending into this pure white space. If not for Xin Ying's reminder, they would not have noticed it. And there were many strange pictures carved on the door. Upon closer inspection, those pictures were actually alive, still moving continuously. Let's go, we'll be there when we push the door open. Shining walked forward quickly, familiar with the place. Lone Moon and I Ching followed suit and looked up at the strange door. They could not help but sigh in admiration. Just standing in front of the door, they could feel a sense of solemnity. The administrative committee must not be any worse. They could not help but deny what Shining said previously. No matter what, it was a formal organization where managers gathered. It should not be that bad. Shining reached out and pushed lightly. It looked like a very heavy door, but it opened directly. He did not know if it was because the previous Big Dao organization gave him too much of an impression. Coming to a formal organization this time, Lone Moon could not help but be a little excited. He could not help but take a deep breath and walked in. The next moment, the scenery in front of them changed again. They instantly appeared in a large hall. At the same time, they heard an unfamiliar high-pitched voice. 2. 1. You're all in the same color. Hurry, give me money, give me money. Ha 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 ha. There was a square table in the hall. More than 10 people sat around it. 4 of them were touching the many square objects on the table left and right. Everyone was exceptionally free and unrestrained, not sticking to a single pattern. Some were scratching their feet, some were eating melon seeds, some were eating melon seeds at the side. The ground was already covered with a thick layer of fruit shells. I Ching, Lone Moon, sorry to disturb. They went the wrong way. What the hell? Don't tell me these people are all managers, it's too disillusioned. Ah! Little Ing, why are you here? A certain someone who was eating melon turned around, a trace of surprise in his eyes. The rest of them also turned around and greeted in surprise. Yo, Little Ing, long time no see. You haven't come back to see us for a long time after graduation. Oh, right, your sister just left. I know. Shining pursed her lips. That was why she was here. Why are you still so afraid of your sister? Thinking of something, he pointed at the mahjong table and said, Do you want to play a few rounds? You can have my seat. Before Shining could answer, a girl who was munching on melon seeds raised her hand and smacked the back of his head. Do you want to die? Play mahjong with Little Ing. Be careful, if Little Jing finds out, she'll beat you to death. It can't be. The man scratching his feet scratched his head. How old is Little Ing? Why is she still so strict? The man immediately shivered. He couldn't afford to offend him. I'm not playing anymore. Shining shook her head and reached out. Give me some melon seeds. All right. The woman who had just patted the man's foot snapped her fingers. Suddenly, an unopened bag of spiced melon seeds appeared in her hand. She raised her hand and handed it over. Shining naturally took it and thanked her. The woman turned to look at the 2 people beside her. It was as if she had just noticed them. Who are these 2 unfamiliar faces? Your little lovers. That's half right. Shining opened the melon seeds and introduced them. Chef, Father Nyo. The woman was shocked. You sisters have a father. She hadn't heard Shin Jing mention this before. We just got to know each other not too long ago. Got to know each other. Shin Jing didn't break your legs. You're awesome. She even dared to call him father. I Ching, Lone Moon, oh, right, I heard from your sister that you're a manager now. Why did you suddenly come back this time? The woman continued asking. I encountered something. I'm here to check some information. Oh, then go to the information room to check. The woman nodded and pointed to the room on the right. She suddenly thought of something and narrowed her eyes. She looked at Shining warmly and said, Oh, Mila happens to be inside too. With that said, she pushed Shining deliberately. I know. Shining tilted her head. I asked him to come. I see. The other gave her an even more meaningful look. All right, I won't hold you young people up any longer. Hurry up if you want to check. With that said, she stood up and directly dragged Shining to the room on the right. Lone Moon and I Ching were just about to follow, but were pulled back by the woman from each side. "Why are you two following? Come back, come back. You're newcomers, right? The old rule of our administrative committee is that newcomers go to the table and play 3 rounds first. Don't you agree?" With that said, she winked at the people who were circling in front. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the room and reacted instantly. They all nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes, yes. Play 3 rounds first." With that said, they pressed the 2 of them onto the table. Lone Moon didn't mind. Only I Ching looked worried. He looked back at the room on the right from time to time, feeling an ominous premonition. Perhaps it was because of the newcomers, these 10-over-old foxes of the administrative committee seemed especially excited. All of them looked like they were determined to do it. They didn't care if there were people who didn't understand the rules at all. At the beginning, everyone looked like they wanted to kill them all. But slowly, they realized that things seemed to be different from what they thought. They were clearly 2 newcomers. One of them didn't understand the rules at all. But after playing 2 rounds, it was as if they had opened up the conception and governing vessels. They were able to make a lot of noise. Lone Moon was good at playing mahjong. After all, he was a person who had been a CEO for a few years. It was said that business was either done on the gambling table or through negotiations on the mahjong table. He was a person who had a deep understanding of mahjong. Naturally, he was very good at it. As for Chef, other than losing a few rounds at the beginning because he didn't know the rules, he never lost again. The entire mahjong table seemed to be under them. Either Chef won, or Lone Moon won. The other 2 instantly turned into professional gunners. They only cared about shooting. Sometimes, they even fired 1 shot in a row. "You walk over and let me do it." "I don't believe it." The people watching at the side couldn't take it anymore. They directly changed people. After all, this concerned the seriousness of the old foxes. But even if they changed people, it didn't have any effect. Those who should win, those who should draw, those who should shoot were still shooting. 3 waves of people were changed. It was the same. Everyone, in an instant, most of the people's chips were piled in front of the 2 of them. Seeing that they were about to be wiped out, Lone Moon finally took the initiative to withdraw. He politely expressed that it was better not to disturb the seniors' leisure time. They had already played a few rounds. Chapter 561. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all nodded in agreement. Dealing with 1 person was better than dealing with 2, so they happily took over. They concentrated their firepower on Chef, but they still couldn't win. Once Lone Moon left, the number of cannoneers on the table increased from 1 to 3. The last bit of chips left belonged to Chef. He had lost everything. Everyone felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, Lone Moon suddenly came forward, smiling amiably and saying, "Senior has no chips, it's all right. If Senior thinks highly of me, why don't you take mine first? When I win, at most I'll give you 1% of the profit." "Good brother. You're so sensible." The other party was delighted, hurriedly took the chips in his hand and joined in another round of battle. And it was getting more and more intense, only this time it wasn't against Chef, but each had their own wins and losses. This gave them even more confidence, and they played even more energetically. In the end, Chef also retreated with a pile of chips, sitting at the side to watch the battle, but his eyes kept glancing at the still tightly shut room. This mahjong battle only came to an end after more than 3 hours, with Chef and Father Nyo, mainly Father Nyo's overall victory, although he didn't sit at the table after that, he just lent money at the side. By the time everyone reacted, not only had everyone lost all their chips, they even owed him a huge debt. The kind where they received a dozen IOUs. Everyone, where exactly did Littling find these two gambling gods? They were too scary. Just as the few of them were still thinking about how much they owed Lone Moon, the door of the reference room finally creaked open, and Shining walked out. Master! I Ching was delighted, directly stood up and walked quickly to greet her. Yet another figure followed closely from the reference room, dressed in a completely different outfit from them, neat short hair, a hint of a smile on his handsome face, and faintly looking at Shining with some affection. I Ching stopped in his tracks. There isn't even a reference room, looks like you can't escape. Mila smiled and teased. Does it have anything to do with you? Shining glanced at him. Don't say that, after all I'm the only one who can speak to your sister. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Shen Ying's expression darkened. Thanks for this. Don't mention it. Your problem is my problem. Moss. I Ching took a deep breath and continued walking forward. He did not know why, but he felt a little flustered. He clenched his fists and asked, Did you find out? No. Shining replied, frowning. Then, let's think of another way. I Ching took another step forward, subconsciously reaching out to hold her hand. Shining was stunned, but she quickly shrank back and avoided his touch. She shrank back a little quickly and even turned her body slightly, as if she couldn't wait to disassociate herself from him. Chef, who had grabbed nothing, was stunned. His face instantly turned pale. This was the first time his master had avoided him. For a moment, he felt as if something sour and bitter was surging up. Inexplicably, he felt somewhat sad. Lone Moon, who was still sitting on the bench, glanced at the unfamiliar man who was smiling warmly and talking to Shining, then looked at Chef, his eyes narrowed, and turned to the person beside him. Brother, who is that? What? That person was stunned for a moment. His gaze shifted away from the card table for a moment and he looked up. Oh, that's Milo. He's a plain assistant, he often comes here to play. Is he very close to Shining? Of course, when Littling was in school, she came to the administrative committee with him and studied together for a period of time. They can be considered classmates. Other than classmates, there's no other relationship. That person was stunned. He turned back to look at him, then looked up at the two people over there, his eyes narrowing into a line. Of course there is. He smiled with a somewhat sly expression. Let me tell you, Milo is Little Ying's first love. There's such a thing. No wonder the manager who dragged Shining to the reference room previously had that kind of expression. Lone Moon was stunned. He looked at Chef, who had a desolate look on his face, and silently lit a candle. Is he your assistant? Mila glanced at Chef and sized him up curiously. Shining nodded. I heard from Sister Jing that you're already a manager, and you have 2 assistants. I didn't expect you to become a manager so quickly. Congratulations, Littling. Shining glanced at him. What's so good about being a manager? Why not? Weren't you always trying very hard to catch up to your sister? Now you finally realize it. Shining did not reply. She paused for a while before saying, I'm tired, I'm going back. All right. The gentleness in his eyes deepened as he smiled even more tenderly. Look for me anytime in the future if you have any problems. If you want to ask your sister about this, you can also tell me in advance. I'll cover for you. Shining stiffened for a moment. After a while, she chuckled at him and said word by word, Thank you. Ha ha ha. He smiled even more gently. With our relationship, what's there to stand on ceremony for? Shining then turned and walked away. After a few steps, she realized that there was no one beside her. Chef was standing in the same spot and did not follow. So she turned back and called again. Chef. I Ching was stunned. Then, as if awakened from a dream, he quickly caught up. Master. Let's go home. With that said, she turned back to look at the person holding a stack of notes in front of the table. Father no. Coming. Lone Moon then stood up and smiled brightly at everyone at the table. Seniors, then we'll meet again. Everyone's mouth twitched. The man scratching feet at the side even directly said, let's not meet again. If they continued to lose, they would even lose their underwear. Oh yes, brother. He could not help but ask, what did you do before you became a manager? He was so good at playing mahjong and even knew how to take the opportunity to lend money. Nothing much. I just opened a small company. Oh, then, I accidentally became the richest man. The man scratching feet, everyone, they cursed in their hearts, not knowing if they should say it. Divine Realm. Master, the pastries are ready. Chef walked over and placed a plate of freshly made pastries on the table. Oh, Shining nodded. Just as she was about to say something, she realized that Chef had already turned back to the kitchen and picked up the spatula to stir-fry. However, his gaze was not on the pot. She did not know where he was looking, but he did not move for a long time. Shining tilted her head and turned to look at Lone Moon. Father no, what's wrong with Chef? Lone Moon was stunned. He followed her gaze and looked. What do you mean what's wrong? Isn't it good? That chili stir-fried meat, he added salt 3 times. Lone Moon frowned. He took a closer look at the person in the kitchen. As if thinking of something, he asked, what's wrong with him? Don't you know? Should I know? Shouldn't you know? Are you a repeater? Chapter 562. Oh yes, how's your information coming along? Lone Moon thought about it and changed the topic. I didn't find anything. Shining shook her head. She had searched through the entire administrative committee's information room, but there was no information about that monitor. It was as if that title was just Yu Heng's imagination. I helped you ask those managers who play mahjong. Lone Moon glanced at her and said, none of them have heard of that term. Oh. Shining responded and continued to slump on the chair like mud. What do you plan to do? Nothing. You're not planning to continue investigating? Lone Moon glared at her. There's nothing in the information room. What if that person really made it up? You're just freaking lazy. Didn't you say that this might have something to do with the changes in your body? Maybe. Shining picked up a piece of pastry and stuffed it into her mouth. She paused. After a while, she put it down again and said, it's just a feeling. But the administrative committee doesn't have it, so I can only ask my sister. She's seen many managers. Then ask. Lone Moon said anxiously. This has something to do with your body. No matter how scared you are, you have to ask your sister. Shining turned to look at him with an inexplicable look, with an indescribable expression. What? Lone Moon felt goosebumps all over his body. Father no. She suddenly sighed and said, you and Chef are managers now. Nonsense. Didn't you push it to us? Why did she say that? Then do you remember why I came to this plane in the first place? Of course it's to take over the plane. He stopped mid-sentence and widened his eyes. Shining then continued, I came to take over this plane, but I'm no longer a manager. Other people may not be able to tell, but my sister definitely can. So what do you think my sister will do when she finds out that I have nothing to do with this plane? Catch her back. Definitely, and definitely. Lone Moon's expression darkened. Given Shinjing's level of siscon, she would never let her continue to wander around this plane. So, not only can I not take the initiative to ask my sister, but I also need to avoid appearing in front of her. She explained seriously, then narrowed her eyes, picked up the plate on the table and handed it over. What do you think? Yes. Lone Moon nodded. What she said made sense. He grabbed a piece of pastry and said, then recently we... Pfft, holy shit. Why is this pastry sour? Her teeth almost fell out. Shining immediately retracted her hand and pretended not to know anything. Did Chef knock over a bottle of vinegar? Lone Moon drank several cups of tea before he managed to suppress the sour taste in his mouth. Turning to look at a certain someone who was still cooking in the kitchen, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but say, "Oh right, about your body, don't tell me you didn't tell Chef." I did mention it a little, but I was afraid that he would be too worried, so I didn't go into details. She lowered her head and looked at the plate of food on the table. It was clearly not up to a certain someone's cooking standards. Since you know that people will be worried, you should explain some things more clearly, Lone Moon said meaningfully. Ha. Shining paused. Ha what ha? Lone Moon glared at her and pushed the pastry on the table a little further away. With a serious expression, he said, tell me honestly, what exactly is your relationship with that Milu? Who? Stop pretending. Lone Moon raised his eyebrows. It's that fellow who was waiting for you in the information room. Oh, you mean Hua Hua. What the hell Hua Hua, would you die if you didn't give people nicknames? Hua Hua should be considered, my classmate. Just a classmate. Lone Moon narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What else? I heard from the people from the management that he... Before he could finish, he suddenly heard a few beeps. His Enshin Ying's wristbands lit up with red lights at the same time. At the same time, there were signs of the plane door activating. He stood up abruptly. Is it an invasion? No. Shining explained. It was rare that she took the initiative to open the plane door. I called it. In the next moment, a familiar-looking man walked out of the plane door. He was dressed in a suit and looked handsome. He looked up towards Shining and smiled. His entire person was like the warm sun in winter. Little Ing, I'm here. It was Mila whom they met once at the entrance of the information room. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of something being smashed came from behind. The three of them instinctively turned to look. Chef was standing at the entrance of the kitchen looking over in a daze. There was a plate of food that had just been overturned at his feet. Sorry, master. I'll make it again. Chef hurriedly squatted down and tried to pick up the broken plate on the ground. He seemed to be frightened himself and actually forgot to use his sorcery. Was his hands shaking from being tired from cooking? Shining suddenly started to reflect on whether she was mistreating her employees. After thinking for a moment, she immediately waved her hand and said, "Don't cook today. Chef, come over too." Yi Qing paused. His expression immediately darkened. But he still nodded obediently. Yes, master. These two are your assistants. Milo looked curiously at Lone Moon and Yi Qing. Shining nodded and continued. All right, let's get down to business. Little Ing. Mili's expression darkened slightly. With a slightly sad tone, he said, I avoided so many people and rushed here in such a hurry to help you. You don't even care about me. You didn't treat me like this in the past. Oh. Shining glanced at him. You want me to care about you? Mili's body stiffened for a moment. He immediately recovered and smiled even more gently. All right. I'll listen to you, all right. Who asked you to be my only classmate? When did I make you sad? But for safety's sake, at least 3. 1. Shining directly retorted. 2.5. 1. 2.5. 2.5. 1. Alright, deal. Milu, the corner of his mouth twitched. A moment later, he sighed and said helplessly, "How have I treated you all these years? Don't you know? I only have this little bit of extravagant hope. Can't you agree to it just once?" "No." Mila panicked. He directly took a step forward and knelt on one knee to pull Shen Ying's hand. Littling, before he finished speaking, Lone Moon and I Ching at the side stood up at the same time. "Wait." Lone Moon could not help but interrupt the two. Chef even pulled Shening directly into his arms. "Why am I getting more and more confused the more I hear? What are you guys doing? Acting in an idol drama. And the kind that was infatuated with the male lead. You guys are." Milo was stunned. "Why hasn't Littling told you about us? She and I are." "That's enough." Shening glanced at him and interrupted, "Tell me, what happened this time? How do you want me to help you?" Chapter 563. "I knew, Littling, you still care about me." Mila smiled like a sunflower instantly, becoming even more brilliant. He reached into his pocket and took out a square box and placed it on the table. In the next moment, a blue light lit up on it and a three-dimensional image appeared on the table. It was a huge colorful whirlpool that looked like a galaxy map. But it was even more chaotic and was changing at any time. Shening frowned. "The end of the void." "That's right." Milo nodded, a trace of nostalgia flashed across his eyes. "I still remember that this is the place where we had our first trial." "What's the end of the void?" Lone Moon couldn't help but ask. "It's the mixed plane in the void," Milo said. "Void? Wasn't there nothing in the void? Why was there still a plane? This place is different from the ordinary void." He smiled and explained. "When a plane moves towards its end, it should theoretically be swallowed by chaos. But this place, because when the plane collapsed, a void was created at the same time. So it achieved a balance with chaos and instead stabilized the plane, but the original living beings were wiped out. And because of this, many living beings of collapsed planes have nowhere to go and can only rely on this place." He sighed, as if thinking of something. He continued. "And because of this, there are people from all kinds of planes mixed in here, and there are no rules or restrictions. It's extremely chaotic." Lone Moon then nodded. There was such a complicated place. "Why do you want us to go here?" He raised his hand and brushed across the image. Instantly, the entire image changed and zoomed in on an exceptionally colorful place on the right. He then explained, "It's like this. The last time I passed by this place, I happened to run into a plane storm and accidentally dropped something. After testing, I can only roughly calculate that it's in this area." He pointed to the colored map and said, "I've investigated. This piece of lost land has a lot of similarities with your current immortal spirit plane. That thing is very important to me, so I wanted to ask Littling to help me find it." "What exactly did you lose?" Lone Moon continued to ask. Meili's expression turned more solemn. He adjusted the image on the table once again. Immediately, the image changed. A round and glossy creature with colorful spots on its body jumped out. "Egg?" Lone Moon was stunned. They had come all the way to find an egg. Shen Ying's expression darkened. "This is a spirit seed. Littling is still the smart one." Milo instantly smiled even more brightly. She could tell with one look. The corner of Shen Ying's mouth twitched. He could even throw away the spirit seed. "Why don't you throw yourself away?" "I was just careless." Mila chuckled. "It wasn't easy for our plane to nurture this spiritual seed. Without it, living beings wouldn't be able to be born. If it weren't for the fact that I've been really busy recently, I wouldn't have been willing to let Littling." "All right, I'll go." Shening interrupted him. Then I'll leave it to little Ing. The look in his eyes softened. He thought of something and added, the void land is too dangerous. Little Ing, you must be careful. I will wait for you to come back. Alright, you can go now. Shining waved her hand. Meili's face was full of reluctance. Are you chasing me away so soon? After all, we haven't seen each other for so long. I've been thinking about you. Shining didn't answer. She just looked straight at him. After a while, she replied with an ambiguous, oh. The smile on Meili's face froze. He then stood up and put on a look of helplessness. Alright, I'll go first. With that said, he then turned back to open the plane gate. Before he left, he didn't forget to say, I'll miss you. Then he completely disappeared from the divine realm. Lone Moon looked in the direction where he disappeared. Then he turned back to look at Shining, who looked like she was deep in thought. Something's up. Master is really going to that void land. I Ching couldn't help but ask. Shining nodded. It's not a difficult matter. She had been there many times when she was working in the past. I Ching faltered. He clenched his fists by his side. After hesitating for a while, he still didn't speak. It's rare to see you so enthusiastic, Lone Moon said with some surprise. You're actually taking the initiative to help. Why weren't you so diligent in the past? Classmates were indeed different. Shining faltered. With a serious expression, she asked, wasn't I diligent in the past? Don't you feel embarrassed asking this? When were you diligent? Shining, alright, when are we leaving? Shining thought for a while before replying, tomorrow. In such a hurry. Indeed, she was still being considerate. Lone Moon turned back to look at the distracted chef. His eyes darkened. He sighed and said, tomorrow then. Chef, let's go. Let's go and talk about the issue of food expenses. With that said, he put his arm around Lone Moon and walked towards the direction of the kitchen. I Ching looked up at him. But he didn't reply. He just walked back to the kitchen and quietly took out the ingredients to get busy. His expression was still a little dazed. He seemed worried and confused. Alright. I know you feel uncomfortable when you see that person. Lone Moon sighed. He couldn't help but advise. But look at Shining. She definitely doesn't have any feelings for him. He patted his shoulder and said, let me tell you. There's no need for you to worry about this. He's just an ex-boyfriend. That's all in the past. Shining likes you now. Past. The radish in chef's hand dropped to the ground. He turned back to look at him. Master and him, and the past. Didn't he know? Lone Moon's heart skipped a beat. Did he mess something up? Late at night. Chef, did I not close the windows tonight? No. Oh, then did I wear too little clothes during the day? No. Did you come up with a new dish today? You want me to try it? No. Then Father Nyo must have deducted our food expenses again. Not yet. Oh. Shining took a deep breath. Then she asked, then can you explain why you're not sleeping in the middle of the night? Why are you sitting on my roof? I Ching was stunned. He slowly lowered his head. After a while, he spoke. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. There was even a hint of grievance in it. I'm afraid I'll disturb Master's sleep. So. I hid further away. So you think you're not disturbing her by lying on the roof beam and staring at her? And you're climbing up in front of her. Shining sighed. She waved at him. Come down first. He moved out of reflex. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. He sat back down and shook his head. I'll just watch Master from here. Chapter 564. Shining faltered. It was rare for him to be so disobedient. She asked subconsciously, why? His eyes darkened. He opened his mouth to explain, but shook his head after a while. No reason. I just want to look at Master. What reason was that? The corner of Shen Ying's mouth twitched. She rolled her eyes and looked up at the person above. She said seriously, Chef, you look scary standing there. I can't sleep. Why don't you go somewhere else? I Ching faltered. A trace of guilt flashed across his eyes. Then where should I stand? Come down first. I'll tell you. There was no reason not to eat a midnight snack that was delivered to his doorstep. He hesitated for a moment. After a while, he nodded obediently. All right. Then he jumped down from the beam. Come here first. Shining waved at him. Here. Yes, come a little closer. He walked all the way to the bedside. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Master, isn't this more? Before he finished speaking, Shining suddenly reached out and pulled him. I Ching felt his body lower. With a flip, he was pressed down on the bed. The next moment, he felt warmth on his lips. A piece of softness covered him, bringing with it an aura that made him yearn for it to the bone. His eyes widened. He felt an explosion in his mind. Instantly, it went blank. Just as he felt a chill on his chest and heard a faint tearing sound, he found his voice. Moss. Master, shut up. Shining kissed him again, directly blocking his mouth. She tore his clothes even faster. No matter what, she had to eat meat today. I Ching felt even more confused. It was as if he was in an illusion. But it was the most beautiful illusion. He was immersed in it and did not want to wake up. His raised hand paused for a moment. Then he unconsciously wrapped it around the person in front of him. The slightly cool night suddenly began to heat up. The room was filled with charm. Shining felt that Chef was good at everything. He just talked too much nonsense. Throughout the night, apart from not being able to react at the beginning, he began to control the rhythm without a teacher. He was indeed a top student. He could draw inferences from one instance. He did not stop the whole night. His mouth did not stop either. As if he was confirming something, he repeatedly called her name and asked all kinds of questions. Master. Master, Master, yes. Master. Do you like it? Yes. Master, can you say that you like me? Just one sentence. You like me. It's not like that. Master likes me. It's Master who likes me. A while later. I love Master. I like him very much. I only like Master, only Master. So, you only like me, okay? Okay. Say it again. All right. Master, shut up. Focus. When Lone Moon woke up, he found that Chef was already in the kitchen. Not only that, but the table was also filled with steaming hot breakfast. It was as if he had woken up early in the morning to work. He tentatively picked up a bun and took a small bite. Ha! It's not sour anymore. It was soft, sweet, fragrant, and delicious. It seemed to be more delicious than before. Had Chef thought it through? Or had he gone crazy from the stimulation? He stretched his head out to look at the kitchen suspiciously, only to find that Chef was putting the plates of cooked vegetables into the storage bag, and the stove was filled with layers of already cooked vegetables, each one of them carefully preserved with an array. "Chef, you..." He couldn't help but ask. "Isn't Master going out?" Chef turned back to look at him before replying. "We have never been to that place before. Prepare some food in advance in case we can't find anything," he answered matter-of-factly. Lone Moon's expression became more complicated. Was he crazy? That must be it. Yesterday, he had a disappointed look on his face, and today, he suddenly recovered. As a good parent, Lone Moon felt that he had to care about his children's mental health. "I say, chef," he was about to ask when the sound of the door opening came from not far away. I Ching paused. He raised his hand and put away all the dishes. He turned and walked out, walking quickly towards the direction of the door. Shining rubbed her eyes and walked out of the house. She still looked lazy. In fact, she seemed to be even lazier than before. Her footsteps were light as if she was walking on clouds. She looked like she did not sleep for the whole night. "Master." Chef went up to her. Shining looked up. Then, she simply fell into the arms of the person in front of her. She leaned on Chef like mud. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. Chef was stunned for a moment. Out of habit, he helped the person who was about to fall to the ground. He held her carefully. In an instant, there seemed to be something soft pouring out of his eyes, wrapping tightly around the person in front of him. "Master, breakfast is ready. Go wash up first." Shining answered. She still lazily did not move. Chef did not move either. The two just leaned against the front of the house quietly. Lone Moon looked at the two of them suspiciously. Was it an illusion? Although he had seen this scene many times before, he felt that something was wrong with the two of them today. It was as if there was a special aura around them. He thought for a long time but could not figure it out. "Hey, the two of you." He could not help but speak. "Don't delay. Didn't you say that you were going to Void Land this morning? It's almost noon." Shining glanced at him. Then, she straightened and turned to wash up. Chef, on the other hand, looked over with some resentment. "Why are you looking at me?" Lone Moon was confused. Did he say something wrong? Chef did not answer. He just turned and chased after Shining. He went to get water and a towel. Something was wrong. He turned and sat back at the table. He had just eaten 2 buns when the two of them came back. He hurriedly increased his speed and stuffed another 2 buns into his mouth. Once at the table, Shining immediately came back to life. She started to fight with him for food energetically. Lone Moon could have won. But Chef actually joined the battle. He snatched a few of his soup dumplings and gave them to Shining. Although this happened often in the past, Lone Moon did not know why. He felt that something was different this time. Perhaps the way he looked at Shining was too soft. It was as if water would drip out if he was not careful. His eyes were so focused as if nothing else existed. That strange feeling appeared again. Lone Moon felt goosebumps all over his body for no reason. Just as they were about to finish eating, Chef subconsciously raised his hand to wipe the corner of Xinying's mouth. The two of them were so close that they seemed to be one. There seemed to be a sweet feeling around them. Only then did he realize what this aura was. Damn it. F***ck your dog food. Fall. Chapter 565. Hey, that's enough. Lone Moon glared at the two of them. Stop showing off. Showing off so early in the morning, what exactly did you two do last night? He was just asking casually. Shining did not think much of it, but Chef's face blushed. He stood up immediately and said loudly, as if trying to hide something. No. No. We didn't do anything last night. This concerns Master's reputation, Father Nyo. Don't talk nonsense. Lone Moon, Shining. Lone Moon's eyes narrowed. He turned to look at Shining with a look of understanding, giving her a look that told her to be honest. Unfortunately, the old driver opposite was calm. She even calmly took the last bun from under his nose, stuffed it into her mouth in 2 or 3 bites. Then she stood up directly, pulling the red-faced chef beside her who was about to explode. Let's go, let's go. Lone Moon stood up and followed. However, the two of them were even more affectionate. Shining was still all right, especially a certain person who was being pulled along with a blushing face. His entire body seemed to be emitting pink bubbles, and his gaze never left Shining. It was full of joy, happiness, and shyness. Was it the other way around? Lone Moon was even more curious. He pushed Shining and said, "Hey, what's wrong with Chef?" Shining glanced at him, opened her mouth, but in the end said, "You won't understand even if I tell you." "Why wouldn't I understand? You look down on single dogs." "Look down on. Get lost." Lone Moon glared at her. "You don't know how popular I am. The girls who like me can line up a few streets, believe it or not, I can show you in minutes." Why did it feel like he heard a flag being raised? Shining told them about the spirit seed in advance. In short, the spirit seed was actually the same as their plane original source. It was something that gave birth to the living beings of the plane. It was just that the existence of each plane original source was different. Meili's plane original source was obviously an egg, so he was right, it was indeed very important to him. So they did not delay much, spent some time after the meal, determined the position of the end of the void, and immediately rushed over. The moment they crossed the planar gate, they only felt a mottled and mixed aura assaulting them. This aura was very strange. There was spiritual energy, immortal energy, divine energy, and other things inside. There was also some completely unknown energy mixed together. As expected of a place that had merged with the living beings of many planes, even the aura here was so chaotic. This was the first time they had encountered such a chaotic aura, and they couldn't help but be stunned. In the next moment, they suddenly heard a cry for help from the side. "Help! Help! I beg you to let me go. Go ahead and shout. Scream as much as you want. No one will come to save you even if you scream yourself hoarse." The three of them, what the hell kind of outdated lines are these? He saw a few people standing in the grass not far to his right. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men had fierce expressions and weapons in their hands. There was only 1 woman lying on the ground. Her clothes were in tatters and her face was covered in tears. She was looking at the people in front of her in horror. The thinner of the 3 stepped forward with a lewd smile on his face. "Sister, why don't you just obediently follow us? As long as you're obedient, I promise that you'll have a good life in the future." "That's right," the other man added. "Don't worry, we 3 brothers will definitely treat you well." "That's right, you're a woman. Why do you have to suffer so much? My heart aches just looking at you. Let me treat you well." With that said, the 3 of them directly went forward to grab her. The woman had nowhere to retreat. She cried out again, tears rolling down her face. Lone Moon frowned and could not help but call out, "Stop." He quickly walked over and at the same time, made a hand seal. A strong wind swept towards the 3 of them, instantly forcing them back a few feet. He turned to look at the disheveled woman. After thinking for a moment, he took out a piece of clothing from his storage bag and threw it over. The woman was stunned for a moment. As if she had just reacted, she hurriedly picked up the clothing and wrapped it around her body. She looked at the people in front of her with a look of gratitude and worry. Why are the three of you making things difficult for a woman in broad daylight? He said in a low voice. Where did this mongrel demon come from? How dare you meddle in my business? The tall and thin man glared at Lone Moon fiercely and even waved the knife in his hand threateningly. That's right. The other, a little more muscular, said, this woman owes us money and is not returning it. It's only right for us to use her as payment. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. No. It's not like that. The woman on the ground panicked. She took 2 steps forward and tugged at the corner of Lone Moon's clothes. They lied to me. I don't even know them. I don't owe them anything at all. I was just passing by and was kidnapped by them. Stinky woman, you owe money and not return it. How dare you deny it? The tall and thin man scolded loudly. The woman was so frightened that she shivered and shrank even further behind Lone Moon. Lone Moon frowned and swept a glance at the three of them. Since the three of you say that she owes you money, why don't you show me the proof? The three of them were stunned. A trace of guilt appeared on their faces, but they still argued, I came out in a hurry today. I didn't bring it. Oh. Lone Moon laughed coldly. This is the first time I've heard someone say that they came specially to collect a debt without bringing proof. You. The man was furious. His gaze shifted and he decided not to pretend anymore. He snorted coldly and said, Kid, I'm warning you. I'm an elf from Mystic Spirit City. If you dare to provoke us, you'll have to bear the consequences. Elf? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He scanned the other party from head to toe. All kinds of beautiful images flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he felt like he was going to be disillusioned. He turned to look at Shining behind him. Was this for real? There were really elves here. And they looked like this. What happened to the pointed ears and the special beauty that came with a soft glow? Shining was also confused. She shook her head. She had never been to this area before. The three people on the other side, however, knew that they had misgivings. Instantly, they laughed even more proudly. I don't know which village you came from. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The three of us are not people you can afford to provoke. He pointed to the man on the left and said, This brother of mine is a 1,000-year spirit tiger. Lone Moon was stunned. Then he reacted. So it was a spirit that had become a spirit. Not a spirit from Western fantasy. But the other party pointed to another one on the right and said, This brother is also a deer spirit with 800 years of cultivation. As for me. He snorted twice and straightened his back. Even more proudly, he said in a loud voice, I have a full 2,000 years of cultivation. I'm on the verge of attaining Tao. I'm a chicken spirit. The three of them, there was silence. Pooh. Chapter 566. The few of them could not help but burst out laughing. They tried their best to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. A moment later, they replied, So it's the chicken spirit. Sorry for not recognizing you. Our chef has been keeping his name hidden. The man frowned, as if dissatisfied with their reactions. He scanned the three of them and said, What kind of demons are you? Hurry up and report your identities. Hello, chicken spirit. I'm the MSG. Shining raised her hand and replied. The man paused. What kind of spirit was MSG? He had never heard of it. But it was not convenient for him to ask. He turned to Chef in the middle and asked, And what are you? Chef faltered for a moment and replied honestly, I'm human. Human spirit. You're indeed a bunch of small demons from the countryside. The man's gaze became even more disdainful. He thought that they were really from a remote race. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Lone Moon, who was laughing the loudest. "And you? And what are you?" Lone Moon took a deep breath and turned to the chicken spirit. He twirled the fan in his hand and smiled. "I'm not some demon. I'm a god." The chicken spirit paused and blurted, "You're a god spirit." Lone Moon, #large-scale failure of acting tough #crazy my ass. "You're the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy. Where the hell did you get the word psycho?" "Pft, pft, pft, don't laugh." He turned and glared at the master and disciple. "Do you believe I won't deduct your food allowance?" The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He could not be bothered to continue talking to these three hooligans. "Forget it, let's do it." With that said, he waved the fan in his hand and several wind blades swept toward them. Before the three of them could react, they were directly blown away. Not even their shadows could be found. He turned to look at the girl beside him, who was still in shock. "Miss, are you all right?" The girl paused and seemed to have just reacted. Tears streamed down her face. Thank you, benefactors, for saving me. I can't thank you enough." With that said, she started kowtowing. "Miss, don't stand on ceremony." Lone Moon hurriedly helped her up. "It's nothing." Only then did the girl stand up and stop crying. Holding his hand, she slowly stood up. After a while, she seemed to feel that it was inappropriate, so she quickly retracted her hand and took a step back. She looked up at Lone Moon and immediately lowered her head. Her face blushed shyly. She tugged at the robe draped over her body. Perhaps it was because she remembered that the robe was also given to her by the other party, so her face turned even redder. "Miss, this is the wilderness. It's inconvenient for you, Lone Moon, to be alone." Lone Moon thought for a moment and suddenly suggested, "We don't have anything important to do at the moment. If you don't mind, we can send you back first." The girl was overjoyed. Her eyes brightened as she looked at Lone Moon. She nodded hurriedly and bowed to them. "Thank you, young Master Spirit, young Master Human Spirit and Miss Flavor Spirit." MSG Shining, Iching, Lone Moon, was he unable to get past this joke? The girl's surname was Chu, and her name was Tao. She lived in the fantasy spirit city, which was less than 2 miles away. This time, she had met the 3 robbers because she was out on a field trip. Lone Moon made use of their casual conversation to find out more about the situation. It turned out that in this fantasy spirit city, most people were from the Elf Kingdom. The people there were all gremlins who had been cultivating for many years. They were similar to the demons in their plane. It was just that these gremlins did not eat humans and did not have demonic chi on them. They sent Chu Tao all the way back to a huge house in the city. Lone Moon was slightly surprised. He did not expect that the person he saved so casually was from a big family in the city. The moment Chu Tao arrived, more than 10 servants came out of the house to welcome her. "Take care, Miss Chu. We won't send you off." Lone Moon cupped his fists and bade farewell. Chu Tao turned back to look at him a few times. She was full of reluctance. "Wait." She called out subconsciously. "Is there anything else, Miss Chu?" Lone Moon asked politely. Do you want to come in for a drink and rest for a while?" Although she said you, her eyes kept looking at Lone Moon. Her face started to blush again, and she looked like she wanted to say something. "There's no need. We still have things to do. We won't disturb you." Lone Moon rejected her directly. "But..." The girl was a little anxious. She took 2 steps back and looked at them. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something and said, "It's getting late. Why don't we stay here and set off tomorrow?" Seeing their hesitation, she added hurriedly, you saved me. Take it as a chance for me to repay you. What do you think? Lone Moon tightened the fan in his hand. Seeming to have thought of something, he nodded and said, "Thank you, Mississippi." Chu Tao was overjoyed. She quickly took a step back. "Young Master Vixen, please. The two of you, please." Lone Moon stiffened. "What freaking young Master Vixen? Actually, my name is Lone Moon," he said in a low voice. Chu Tao paused. She seemed to have thought of something. Her face turned even redder. She lowered her head, looking so embarrassed that she wanted to find a place to hide. Young Master Lone Moon, please." Only then did she invite them in. After instructing the servants to take good care of them, she got up and went to change. The master and disciple, their eyes narrowed into an ambiguous line as they turned their heads to look at a certain elegant young master who was putting on airs. "What are you looking at?" Lone Moon glared at them. "Father no, so you're good at flirting too." "Who's flirting?" He poured a cup of tea and pushed it to Shining out of habit. "I'm just staying. It's convenient for me to find out more about the spirit seed." "Oh, *2, get your flirting lines back." He glared at them again. "What's more, there are so many people who like me. I can't do anything about it." "You've fallen for Sister Chu." Shining leaned in closer to him. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Of course not." "Then you stay. Find out more. You can find out more anywhere." Lone Moon immediately gave them a look as if they were retarded. "Nonsense. It's our first day here. We don't have anything. We don't even know what currency is. If you don't stay here because you saved our lives, do you want to sleep on the streets?" Shining, Giching, that made so much sense. The poor guy had nothing to say to that. The few of them did not stay in the living room for long. In less than an hour, Chu Tao returned. She had changed into a long pink robe. She looked much better than when she was in a sorry state. One look and you could tell that she had put in a lot of effort. She had also changed her hair into an exquisite bun. There was a string of fine tassels hanging from the bun. With every step she took, the tassels swayed. They were especially eye-catching under the sunlight. "Sorry to keep you waiting." She smiled and bowed to them. "Miss Chu, you're too polite." Lone Moon smiled and replied. Out of habit, he began to flatter each other. All kinds of pleasantries came out of his mouth. But it was only Father Nyo who was like this. Chu Tao's expression became more and more gentle as she looked at him. Chapter 567. Lone Moon saw that she was almost done bragging. He suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh yes, Miss Chu, you are a local. You must be more well-informed than us. Coincidentally, we have a favor to ask. I wonder if Miss Chu would be willing to help us." "What is it?" Chu Tao paused and asked hurriedly. "Princess Lone Moon, don't worry. I am indebted to you. If you need my help, I will definitely do my best to help. It's not that important." Lone Moon smiled politely. He was just thinking about how to bring up the matter of the spirit seed without anyone noticing. Shining, who was beside him, suddenly took out the image left by Lumi. Instantly, a colorful egg-shaped image appeared. "We are looking for this. Have you seen it before?" Cough cough. Lone Moon was almost scared to death. He coughed a few times. He turned and glared at her. "Why did you freaking say it out loud? Isn't the spirit seed very important?" "This." Chu Tao took 2 steps forward as something flashed across her eyes. After a while, she hid it and replied with a smile, "I've never seen an egg like this before. I'm sorry that I can't help you." "Oh. Shining kept it. Chu Tao continued to exchange pleasantries with them. Perhaps because of the time difference, the sky slowly darkened. Chu Tao treated them to a sumptuous dinner. Then, she reluctantly instructed the servants to bring them to the guest room. Shining, why did you take out the spirit seed so directly? When they reached the guest room, Lone Moon asked seriously. Wasn't she afraid that such an important thing would attract the attention of others? This egg is just a camouflage that Hua Hua set up for the spirit seed. It is not its original appearance. Shining explained, apart from the manager, others would at most think that it is an ordinary energy body. They would not be able to tell what is different about it. So that was why. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. In other words, I can look for it openly. I don't have to worry about others finding out. She nodded. You should have said so earlier. Suddenly, he felt that this matter was much easier. Alright, let's hurry and ask around tomorrow. You guys should rest early too. As he spoke, he opened the door and was about to return to his room. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and said, "Oh right, you better stay in the room and don't run around." This was not their plane. If they lost it again, not only would they not be able to find it, they might not even be able to return. Oh. Seeing that he and Chef were about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and added, "Don't worry, Chef is watching me." With that said, she quickly pulled Chef who was about to leave back. Lone Moon glanced at Chef who was being dragged back, then looked at Shining and nodded seriously. Then he turned and went back to his own room, not noticing Chef's red face. The next day. Perhaps it was because Chef was watching her well, Shining was unusually well behaved for once. Although she woke up a little late, she did not get lost. However, where's Father Nyo? The master and disciple looked at the empty, quiet, and tidy room that seemed as if no one had ever lived in it. For a moment, they couldn't react. Had Father Nyo really made up his mind to cut off all ties with them? Master. Chef's face was still a little red as he turned to look at his master. Look around. Chef nodded and released his divine perception to look around, only to find that not only Father Nyo was gone, everyone in the house was gone. Including those servants who were everywhere yesterday, and that girl called Chu Tao. The two were shocked. They looked around the yard and indeed did not see a single person. How could this be? Chef was stunned. Although last night, he was a little distracted, but it was not to the extent that he did not notice a trace of so many people leaving. What's that? Shining suddenly reached out and pointed to the left. Chef walked closer and saw that there was a special shaped leaf on the ground. It looked like a little green person. He used his divine perception to investigate and found that there was a faint remnant of a special aura inside. It seemed to be spirit chi. He frowned and directly injected a stream of spirit chi into it. The leaf grew bigger instantly and in less than a second, it condensed into a human shape. It became a little demon dressed in a green robe. It just looked around with some confusion. Where is this? Chef was shocked. He went forward to grab this little demon and checked its meridians. He found that apart from its weak aura, it was indeed a little demon that had just become a demon. It could become a demon just by absorbing a bit of spirit chi. This was too strange. But it could not maintain this state for long. Tomorrow, when the spirit chi dissipated, it would turn back into a leaf. Master, the servants in the garden yesterday were probably transformed from this kind of demon. That was why they all disappeared overnight. It seemed like they just turned back. What's more, they already knew that this place was full of demons and did not look closely at their situation. The only different possibility was that girl called Chu Tao. It should be that girl who took Father Nyo away yesterday. But Father Nyo's cultivation was not low. How could he be taken away so easily and quietly? Oh. Shining nodded. Master, I think we should go into the city and find those 3 robbers yesterday. Maybe we can find out more about them. If she really took Father Nyo away, then this scene yesterday must have been deliberately arranged by her. But for what purpose? Shining did not object. She directly followed Chef out of the residence. Then they asked around in the city, but there were no clues at all. And she heard from the people nearby that the courtyard they stayed in yesterday was originally for rent. The owner of the courtyard was from Lingyi City. The people staying there often changed. And there was no trace of the 3 people from yesterday. The clues seemed to have suddenly stopped. Seeing that they were getting closer, Shining and I Ching decided, eat first. The others were fine, but Father Nyo did not need to worry. And with his cultivation, even the most powerful little demon would not be able to hurt him at all. And when it came to finding people, Father Nyo was the professional. So after looking around without any news, the master and disciple made a wise decision. They would wait for Father Nyo to come back and find them. They would just wait for his parents to come and pick him up. Feeling at ease, the 2 of them stayed in the empty courtyard for a few days. And because Chef's stock was sufficient, they did not need to worry about food. Until a few days later, the owner of the courtyard came to collect the house. They had no choice but to end their days of waiting for people to pick them up. Master, I've asked around. The currency used here is void coins. Spirit stones, immortal stones and silver are not used. I Ching looked at Shining guiltily. He was really not good at making money. We don't have a place to stay today, but there's still no news of Father Nyo in the city. Why don't we? Or look around. He had been lost for a few days. Chapter 568. Oh. Shining answered lazily, not looking like she wanted to move at all. She turned to look at him and suddenly paused. What did you call me just now? Master. No, I think I heard Father Nyo's voice just now, Shining said. Chef paused and subconsciously released his divine perception to scan, but did not find Father Nyo's figure. Just as he was about to ask, he really heard a familiar voice. Cheat Shin, Chef. Do you hear me? The voice was faint, but seemed to be very close. I Ching paused and suddenly thought of something. He immediately opened his storage bag and took out a transmission talisman that he had for many years. It was indeed the voice inside. Father Nyo. Nonsense. Where the hell did you 2 go? Hurry and save me. From the talisman came Father Nyo's intermittent but slightly broken voice. I'm telling you, that is a pervert. I'm not in your city now, you 2 listen up. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. The transmission talisman was still lit, but there was no sound at all. He was listening. Father Nyo. Lone Moon. Chef called a few times, but there was no other sound from the talisman. After a while, the light on the talisman slowly dimmed. What was going on? His heart sank. Father Nyo seemed to be in big trouble. Master, looks like we can't continue waiting. He should be trapped by something. Yes. Shining continued to nibble on her fruit. But I Ching frowned. He didn't speak in detail just now, and we don't know much about this place. If the person who captured him wants to hide, we don't know where to look for him. I know. Shining suddenly opened her mouth. Ah. Ha. I Ching paused. Master knows. Shining suddenly pointed to the opposite side of the street. Isn't it written there? I Ching turned and saw that there was suddenly a lot of people in front of the signboard across the street. There was a new notice pasted on that signboard, and it seemed to be some kind of sorcery. The words on it flew out one by one and floated in the air. There was even its own dubbing that resounded throughout the city. Special news: Her Majesty Tao Chu will be getting married in the Imperial City in 3 days. Marrying young Master Lone Moon of the Godly Elves. Young Master Lone Moon was chivalrous and courageous. He was handsome on the outside and kind on the inside. He was still a rare man in the world. The Emperor was very pleased, so he announced to all the elites in the kingdom that young Master Lone Moon would be the Empress. Amnesty for the world. The whole world should celebrate. I Ching, Shining, she suddenly understood why Father Nyo broke down like that just now. Was this a love disaster? Who asked him to raise flags for no reason? Master, what should we do? I Ching turned to look at Shining, frowning. What else can we do? Shining patted the pastry crumbs off her hands, but failed. She wiped them on Chef's body and said, "Let's hurry to the wedding." If Father Nyo heard what Master said, he would really deduct their food allowance. Shining really did not expect that Father Nyo, who had been single for 10,000 years, would either not make a move or flirt with the Queen of the Fairy Kingdom. Indeed, she could not underestimate Father Nyo's charm. Father Nyo was getting married. As his family, of course they could not be absent. So that day, they asked for directions to the Imperial City and rushed there on their swords. The area of the void was vast, and there were turbulence everywhere, as well as space-time storms that appeared from time to time. They could not teleport directly here, so they could only fly over on their swords. Chef's speed was not slow, but the two of them still spent 2 days before they reached the Imperial City. From afar, they saw a huge pink palace. Different from the other majestic palaces, this palace was on a huge tree. It looked like a peach tree, but it was so tall that it covered the sky and the sun. Its leaves extended to the ground and the entire city. The tree was full of pink peach blossoms, falling into the city below. It was like a never-ending rain of peach blossoms. They had to say, this was the most girlish city they had ever seen. The Queen's taste was indeed extraordinary. The two of them landed directly and entered the city. Without a doubt, the palace on the tree was that Queen Tao Chu's palace. Thinking about how she called herself Chu Tao before, and how she gave her name so casually, she could only fool outsiders like them. If they were not mistaken, Father Nyo should be in the palace on the tree. I Ching subconsciously released his divine perception and scanned the entire imperial city, but he could not find any trace of Father Nyo. Master. I Ching hesitated. There seems to be some strange sorcery around the palace that can actually block my divine perception. Shining nodded and explained, the void land is full of living beings from another plane. It's normal that the system is not compatible. Then should we take the opportunity to barge in now? There's no rush. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed, and there was a hint of mischief in her voice. We are proper family members after all. We can just go in openly. She pointed to the entrance under the tree. I Ching hesitated, but still flew in that direction obediently and stopped in front of a group of gremlins guarding the entrance. How dare you? Who dares to trespass the palace? Instantly, more than 10 guards looked in their direction. I Ching was about to speak, but the leader of the ear guards paused, and then became delighted. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. So it's 2 esteemed guests. He waved his hand at the guards behind him, indicating for them to move aside. 2 esteemed guests. My king told me that you would come, so he specially asked me to wait here. The Empress has been waiting for a long time. Please come in. I Ching looked at him in surprise. He thought that the Empress deliberately avoided them and took Father Nyo away because she did not want them to follow. Why did it seem like she did not care at all that they chased after them? Master. He was a little hesitant. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong. Let's go. Shining did not care at all, and directly followed. I Ching had no choice but to hurry up and follow. They walked all the way to a cave under the big tree. They passed by a few teleportation arrays, but they were completely different places. In a short while, they were already standing in front of the group of pink palaces. There were no traps or dangers along the way. It was as if the Empress really welcomed them. 2 esteemed guests, please. The guard leading the way stopped at the entrance of the main hall. Her Majesty the Empress is already inside. I Ching was even more confused. He subconsciously grabbed Shen Ying's hand, and then walked in. The inside of the palace was similar to the outside. There was also a thick layer of peach blossom petals everywhere. There were also various kinds of translucent veils hanging on both sides. When the wind blew, they floated like clouds, like a dream. Chapter 569. The 2 of you are finally here. A familiar female voice came from the front. Tao Chu was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall. She still looked the same as before, but there was an additional mark of a peach blossom on her forehead. She was wearing a pink formal dress, but she was leaning against the bosom of someone next to her, which made her look even more seductive. And the person next to her was Lone Moon. He was looking down at the woman in his arms. His eyes were so focused and gentle that he did not even notice the 2 people who came in. Father No. I Ching called out subconsciously. Only then did the people in the seats of honor turn around and look at the 2 of them. But in an instant, he looked down at the person in his arms again. As if he could not bear to look away. I thought you would not make it for our wedding. Tao Chu, on the other hand, stood up and looked at the 2 of them in surprise. Thank goodness you made it in time. Little Chu. Lone Moon called out softly. He picked up the cloak that had fallen on the throne and gently put it on Tao Chu. Be careful not to catch a cold. Tao Chu turned back and smiled. Thank you, husband. What are you thanking me for? If you catch a cold, I will be the one who will feel bad. Tao Chu looked at him coquettishly and snuggled into his arms again. In an instant, the whole hall was filled with the smell of dog food. The master and disciple both shivered and got goosebumps. Shining could not help but scratch her arms. So this was how it felt to be fed dog food. The 2 of you. I Ching looked back and forth between the 2. Only then did they come back to their senses. Tao Chu became even more shy. She looked at Lone Moon lovingly and said, It's my fault. I haven't told the 2 of you yet. Young Master Lone Moon and I love each other and we have already promised to marry each other. Tomorrow is our big day. The 2 of you must be punctual. I Ching looked at Lone Moon in surprise. Father No, are you really going to be her Empress? Not going back. If we get married, this will be our home, Tao Chu answered. Of course, you can stay if you want. I Ching frowned and looked at Lone Moon, who was still looking at Tao Chu affectionately. He asked directly, if that's the case, why did you suddenly disappear that night? It's all my fault. Tao Chu blushed and said shyly, that night, I went to confess my feelings to young Master Lone Moon and found out that he was interested in me too. I was so happy that I agreed to tie the knot with him. Who would have thought that young Master was so anxious that he rushed back to the Imperial City at night and didn't have time to inform you too? Why so anxious? In other words, the 2 of them fell in love with each other and couldn't wait to get married? Somehow, I Ching felt that something was wrong. Tao Chu spoke again, the 2 of you must have worked hard on your journey. I have already prepared a place for the 2 of you to stay, so you can go and rest first. You are young Master Lone Moon's family. Tomorrow, we will need to trouble the 2 of you to be our witnesses. She then summoned 2 servants dressed in palace attire to lead the way. The 2 of them could not stay any longer. Turning back to look at the 2 of them who were so affectionate, I-Ching could not help but ask, "Father Nyo, if you get married, what about our food allowance next month?" The 2 behind him paused. Something flashed across Tao Chu's eyes, but she immediately recovered. Still smiling, she said, "Of course it will be the same as before." Oh. I-Ching then turned and pulled his master away, following the palace maid who led the way. All the way to the guest room in the side hall, Chef set up several isolation arrays before saying in a low voice, "Master, I'm afraid Father Nyo is being controlled by that flower demon." "That's right. Did you just realize that? Then, should we hurry and save him?" In the hall just now, Father Nyo did not say a word to them, as if he did not know them. "There's no hurry." Shining chuckled. "We haven't had the wedding wine yet. Let's drink first." I-Ching frowned. After thinking for a while, he finally could not help but say, "Master, if we just watch Father Nyo like this and don't find a reason, he will really fly into a rage. What's more?" He shook the bag in his hand. "We've eaten all the ingredients we brought these few days. There's no more left." Air. Shining stiffened. She lowered her head and thought for a while before saying, "What do you think about the reason why we can't find a way to break Father Nyo's control?" I-Ching paused, as if he had just thought of this point. His expression instantly became serious. "Master is right. The gremlins in this world are different from ours. They don't seem to use immortal spirit qi for cultivation, and there's not a trace of demonic qi in their bodies. If we act rashly, even if we save Father Nyo, we might not be able to break their control." "I understand, Master." Shining opened her mouth. After a while, she patted his shoulder and said seriously, "It's good that you understand." Then, her eyes brightened and she looked eager. "Then tomorrow, how do you think we should go to the bridal room?" "Oh yes, we must prepare the shadow stones. Bring a few more." "Master, you just want to watch Father Nyo make a fool of himself, right?" "Definitely, right?" The next day. Tao Chu was a queen after all. The wedding ceremony was naturally very lively. The entire palace was filled with a festive atmosphere. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. People came and went. Even the peach blossom petals falling from above seemed to be redder. When the auspicious hour arrived, they saw Lone Moon, dressed in red, holding the hand of Tao Chu, who was also dressed in red. Tao Chu did not lie. She arranged for Shining and her disciple to sit at the very front to observe the ceremony. Even some other high-level gremlins were lined up behind them. After a long series of complicated and incomprehensible rituals, the ceremony was finally completed. Lone Moon, on the other hand, had a gentle smile on his face the entire time. He didn't seem forced at all. The way he looked at Tao Chu was as gentle as could be. It was as if they were truly lovers who had fallen in love with each other. Only after the 2 finished the ceremony did they head towards the bridal room. There was still a banquet to be held. Tao Chu was a queen. Naturally, she had to go out to entertain the guests. So after sending Lone Moon to the bridal room, she went out. Although I-Ching sat in the main hall, his divine perception followed the 2. Naturally, he also saw Lone Moon sitting alone in the bridal room. He sat motionless on the bed. There was still that gentle smile on his face. But there was no focus. He seemed to be in a meditative state. "Master, should we?" I-Ching told Shining about the situation in the bridal room. He looked at her questioningly. If they acted now, they could take Father Nyo away directly. "He's awake?" Shining asked. "Not yet." I-Ching shook his head. "Then there's no hurry. We'll talk about it when it's time to consummate the marriage. He. Yes, master. I Ching did not suspect anything. He had been paying attention to the situation. When the sky slowly darkened, a large number of guests left the palace. They also got up to leave. But when they returned to the room, they turned around and went straight to the bridal room. Chapter 570. Quick, shadow recording stone, shadow recording stone. Shining nudged Chef beside her. I Ching took out 2 stones with array formations imprinted on them. He thought for a moment and set up a concealment array around the 2 of them. Then he imitated his master and leaned against the window sill to look into the room. Father Nyo was still sitting motionlessly on the bed. Even the smile on his face did not falter. Until the door creaked. Someone pushed it open. It was Tao Chu. She was still dressed in her bright red wedding dress. She swayed her body as she walked towards the person on the bed. Lone Moon, who had been sitting in a daze, finally reacted. He stood up and walked over to her. He held her hand and they sat together on the bed. Husband. Tao Chu lowered her head and leaned against Lone Moon's shoulder. Her whole body was in his arms. Little Chu. Lone Moon looked at the person in his arms affectionately. We are finally husband and wife. Tao Chu blushed and leaned even closer. She said coquettishly, then I am the only one in your heart. Of course, Lone Moon replied. Do you really like me? Tao Chu asked again to confirm. Of course. I don't believe you. She suddenly stood up straight and turned to look at him with a complicated expression. After a while, she said seriously, Husband, I want to hear your true feelings. With that, she suddenly flicked her sleeves at Lone Moon, as if taking something back. The next moment, Lone Moon, who had been staring intently at Tao Chu, had a flash of clarity in his eyes. He blinked, and the next moment, his entire aura turned cold. All the affection and sweetness in his body disappeared. Like a spring, he sprang up and his voice rose several octaves as he blurted out, Are you crazy? Husband, I really want to spend the rest of my life with you. Tao Chu looked at him with a wronged expression. As long as you promise me to stay, I won't treat you like this again, all right? With that said, she leaned towards him again. What are you trying to do? Lone Moon's face paled. He wanted to jump up. Get lost. But Tao Chu was one step faster. She pulled him back and pressed him down on the bed. Her hand was already reaching for his belt. Wow, was it really that exciting? A tyrant taking the bait. Shining, who was lying on the windowsill, widened her eyes. She hurriedly pointed inside and said, Chef, hurry, yes, master. Before she could finish, in the next moment, Chef had already rushed in with a bang. Only then did Shining finish her sentence. Quick, record it. On the other side, Chef had already flipped Tao Chu off the bed and threw her out mercilessly. Holy shit, Chef, you're finally here. Lone Moon crawled out of bed, his face still full of anger. What's wrong with you? Chef glanced at him, only to realize that there was a layer of strange aura surrounding him, directly sealing the immortal chi in his body. I don't even know what that pervert fed me. Lone Moon said angrily. I can't use any spells at all. Chef did not have time to let him examine her. Tao Chu, who had fallen to the ground, had already climbed to her feet. She looked back at him with tears in her eyes and said in a very aggrieved male voice, Husband, how could you do this to me? Wait a minute. A male voice. I Ching paused and looked seriously at the person who had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, his body shape changed. His arms became thicker, he became taller, and his face even grew, a beard. This was a man. Shining, who had come in at some point, and together with Chef, they turned to look at Lone Moon meaningfully. At the same time, they let out a long sigh. Wow, what are you looking at? Lone Moon glared back at them. What the hell was with that look? I only found out after I was brought here that she would turn into a man at night. And she's a peach blossom demon. Plants are hermaphrodites in the first place. His taste was not that strong. Husband. The man on the ground cried out even more pitifully. Shut up. Lone Moon exploded. Who the hell is your husband? Chef, quickly think of a way to help me undo this restriction. I'm going to destroy this disgusting thing. Husband, I'm so infatuated with you. Why do you have to hate me so much? Tao Chu was even more upset. Shizi held her heart and began to sob, looking very delicate. But he was a strong man now. Tears streamed down his bearded face, and the scene was Lone Moon felt his stomach churn. He sat up on the bed and held onto the bedpost as he turned around and began to vomit. Yiqing, Shining, so this was the reason why he broke down and asked for help back then. He really had a strong taste. Hurry up and get this guy out of my sight. Lone Moon said. He looked up and continued to vomit. Tao Chu, on the other hand, glanced at Chef and Shining. Her expression turned cold and she scanned them angrily. Finally, she looked at Lone Moon and said, although you don't want to be with me, leave your body to accompany me. After saying that, he stood up and did something. There was a rustling sound outside, and a large number of peach blossom petals flew in and surrounded him instantly. The petals rushed in like sharp blades, and the whole bridal chamber suddenly collapsed with a bang. Be careful, his fragrance is bewitching and can restrict immortal energy. Don't let him get close to you. Lone Moon hurriedly reminded Chef. Chef frowned and set up a defensive array around him. He watched as the petals rained down on him. But Chef only turned the sword in his hand. In an instant, the overwhelming sword chi was reflected back at him. The petals in the sky shattered into pieces. Before he could make a move, he heard a scream. Ah! Tao Chu fell to the ground. His body was covered with sword marks. He looked at Lone Moon in horror. Who are you? Chef did not waste time talking to him. He conjured a seal and summoned several spirit swords. They fell down and formed a sword array, trapping Tao Chu inside. Tao Chu's expression changed. Only then did he realize that he was afraid. His murderous aura disappeared and he returned to the weak and strong man he was just now. He looked at Lone Moon with tears in his eyes. Husband, do you really want to kill me? Although I don't like you, I really like you. Shut up. You caught me here in the middle of the night, restricted my freedom and controlled my body. Do you like that? Damn it. Crazy. Lone Moon was about to explode. He snatched the sword from Chef's hand and pointed it at him. Try saying that again. But I did it because I like you. He looked aggrieved, but he still looked at Lone Moon affectionately. You promised me from the start that you wouldn't do this. I did it because I love you. Chapter 571. Quick, shadow recording stone, shadow recording stone. Shining nudged Chef beside her. Yiqing took out 2 stones with array formations imprinted on them. He thought for a moment and set up a concealment array around the 2 of them. Then he imitated his master and leaned against the window sill to look into the room. Father Nyo was still sitting motionlessly on the bed. Even the smile on his face did not falter. Until the door creaked. Someone pushed it open. It was Tao Chu. She was still dressed in her bright red wedding dress. She swayed her body as she walked towards the person on the bed. Lone Moon, who had been sitting in a daze, finally reacted. He stood up and walked over to her. He held her hand and they sat together on the bed. Husband. Tao Chu lowered her head and leaned against Lone Moon's shoulder. Her whole body was in his arms. Little Chu. Lone Moon looked at the person in his arms affectionately. We are finally husband and wife. Tao Chu blushed and leaned even closer. She said coquettishly, then I am the only one in your heart. Of course, Lone Moon replied. Do you really like me? Tao Chu asked again to confirm. Of course. I don't believe you. She suddenly stood up straight and turned to look at him with a complicated expression. After a while, she said seriously, Husband, I want to hear your true feelings. With that, she suddenly flicked her sleeves at Lone Moon, as if taking something back. The next moment, Lone Moon, who had been staring intently at Tao Chu, had a flash of clarity in his eyes. He blinked, and the next moment, his entire aura turned cold. All the affection and sweetness in his body disappeared. Like a spring, he sprang up and his voice rose several octaves as he blurted out, Are you crazy? Husband, I really want to spend the rest of my life with you. Tao Chu looked at him with a wronged expression. As long as you promise me to stay, I won't treat you like this again, all right? With that said, she leaned towards him again. What are you trying to do? Lone Moon's face paled. He wanted to jump up. Get lost. But Tao Chu was one step faster. She pulled him back and pressed him down on the bed. Her hand was already reaching for his belt. Wow, was it really that exciting? A tyrant taking the bait. Shining, who was lying on the windowsill, widened her eyes. She hurriedly pointed inside and said, Chef, hurry, yes, master. Before she could finish, in the next moment, Chef had already rushed in with a bang. Only then did Shining finish her sentence. Quick, record it. On the other side, Chef had already flipped Tao Chu off the bed and threw her out mercilessly. Holy shit, Chef, you're finally here. Lone Moon crawled out of bed, his face still full of anger. What's wrong with you? Chef glanced at him, only to realize that there was a layer of strange aura surrounding him, directly sealing the immortal chi in his body. I don't even know what that pervert fed me. Lone Moon said angrily. I can't use any spells at all. Chef did not have time to let him examine her. Tao Chu, who had fallen to the ground, had already climbed to her feet. She looked back at him with tears in her eyes and said in a very aggrieved male voice, Husband, how could you do this to me? Wait a minute. A male voice. I Ching paused and looked seriously at the person who had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, his body shape changed. His arms became thicker, he became taller, and his face even grew, a beard. This was a man. Shining, who had come in at some point, and together with Chef, they turned to look at Lone Moon meaningfully. At the same time, they let out a long sigh. Wow, what are you looking at? Lone Moon glared back at them. What the hell was with that look? I only found out after I was brought here that she would turn into a man at night. And, she's a peach blossom demon. Plants are hermaphrodites in the first place. His taste was not that strong. Husband. The man on the ground cried out even more pitifully. Shut up. Lone Moon exploded. Who the hell is your husband? Chef, quickly think of a way to help me undo this restriction. I'm going to destroy this disgusting thing. Husband, I'm so infatuated with you. Why do you have to hate me so much? Tao Chu was even more upset. Shizi held her heart and began to cry, looking very delicate. But he was a strong man now. Tears streamed down his bearded face, and the scene was Lone Moon felt his stomach churn. He sat up on the bed and held onto the bedpost as he turned around and began to vomit. Shining. So this was the reason why he broke down and asked for help back then. He really had a strong taste. Hurry up and get this thing out of my sight, Lone Moon said. He looked up and continued to vomit. Tao Chu, on the other hand, glanced at Chef and Shining. Her expression turned cold and she scanned them angrily. Finally, she looked at Lone Moon and said, "Although you don't want to be with me, leave your body to accompany me." After saying that, he stood up and did something. There was a rustling sound outside, and a large number of peach blossom petals flew in and surrounded him instantly. The petals rushed in like sharp blades, and the whole bridal chamber suddenly collapsed with a bang. Be careful, his fragrance is bewitching and can restrict immortal energy. Don't let him get close to you, Lone Moon hurriedly reminded Chef. Chef frowned and set up a defensive array around him. He watched as the petals rained down on him. But Chef only turned the sword in his hand. In an instant, the overwhelming sword chi was reflected back at him. The petals in the sky shattered into pieces. Before he could make a move, he heard a scream. Ah! Tao Chu fell to the ground. His body was covered with sword marks. He looked at Lone Moon in horror. Who are you? Chef did not waste time talking to him. He conjured a seal and summoned several spirit swords. They fell down and formed a sword array, trapping Tao Chu inside. Tao Chu's expression changed. Only then did he realize that he was afraid. His murderous aura disappeared and he returned to the weak and strong man he was just now. He looked at Lone Moon with teary eyes. Husband, do you really want to kill me? Although I don't like you, I really like you. Shut up. You brought me here in the middle of the night, restricted my freedom and controlled my body. Do you really like that? Damn it. Crazy. Lone Moon exploded. He snatched the sword from Chef's hand and pointed it at him. Try saying that again. But I did it because I like you. He looked aggrieved, but he still looked at Lone Moon affectionately. You promised me from the start that you wouldn't do this. I did it because I love you. Chapter 572. Lone Moon took the sign. So this guy was here to advertise, no wonder he was so enthusiastic. It seemed that this Zerg's profession was similar to that of a professional paparazzi, specializing in gathering information. No wonder he would come over. Thank you, brother. Lone Moon still replied. Maybe they could really use it. You're welcome, you're welcome. As if he had never met such an easygoing potential customer, the guy became more enthusiastic. He suddenly thought of something and said directly, "Oh, right, have you heard of the United Competition in Immortal Spirit Academy recently?" United Competition. Lone Moon was stunned. You don't know. He looked at the two of them with some surprise. But this is not a big news. Seeing that we are fated, I will tell you. Don't worry, this news is not worth money. He chuckled and started explaining to the two of them with a marketing spirit. This united competition is the first time Immortal Spirit Academy has united all the other academies to organize a large-scale competition. All the academies will be represented to participate. I heard that the rewards are quite generous. Oh. Lone Moon looked surprised, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to take advantage of this competition to sneak in and find the spirit seed. You don't believe me? Immortal Spirit Academy has put in a lot of money for the rewards of this competition. The champion can get a treasure with high energy purity. Oh, I still have the picture of that treasure. He thought of something and suddenly turned around to take out a scroll. He said mysteriously, I went through a lot of trouble to get this. Come, let me show you. He directly opened the scroll, revealing a colorful egg-shaped picture. Spirit Seed. Lone Moon was shocked and exchanged a look with Chef opposite him. He didn't expect the Spirit Seed to be the prize of Immortal Spirit Academy's United competition. It really didn't take any effort to get it. Brother, you are really knowledgeable. Lone Moon smiled even more enthusiastically. We just came here and don't know enough about this place. Why don't you tell me more about this United competition in detail? How exactly is it going to be? I heard that there are a total of 3 rounds, and before that there is a preliminary round. He thought for a moment, lowered his voice and added, but I heard that although only the various academies can participate on the surface. But you also know that our central district is a mix of forces, and no one is willing to submit to anyone. Therefore, many forces directly raised the banner of various academies, hoping to use the name of this competition to compete with each other. But only the Immortal Academy has this kind of rallying power, other places can't do it. But I think that the people who are participating might have their plans overturned. What kind of power was the Immortal Academy? Could other forces be stronger than it? The final champion might still be the Immortal Academy. He shook his head and suddenly thought of something. With some pride, he said, in the entire Central District, only the Insect Clan's power is comparable to the Immortal Academy. But our buggies have always had a good relationship with the Academy, so we don't need to participate in this kind of competition. So brother is also from a famous family. Lone Moon complimented him. What is this? The other party had a look of indifference on his face. Our insect race used to be an existence that could sweep across the plains. Unfortunately, we encountered a great demon king later on, causing our race to almost be wiped out. Fortunately, our queen had the foresight to hide in the end of the void, which gave us a chance to breathe. Things are no longer the same as before. His body shuddered as if he had thought of something terrifying. Lone Moon was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, "What great demon king?" The young man's face turned green, as if it was a taboo. Even his voice lowered a few degrees. Actually, I also heard it from those of the same race in the past. Our insect race used to be very prosperous, half of the plain was our race's territory. Suddenly, one day, a person came, and without saying a word, she directly started a massacre. Many of our people died in her hands. Even our queen was scared, and escaped all the way to the end of the void before getting rid of her. Even the current speed of production was affected. Our race's population has been unable to increase, and we lost many brothers and sisters. So their people were all born by the queen. I heard. His voice became even lower, and he said with a look of horror, "A few hundred years ago, someone even saw that great demon king in the end of the void. I don't know if she came to kill our race, just thinking about it is scary." Why did this setting sound a little familiar? Lone Moon subconsciously asked, "I wonder who this person is, brother. Have you seen her before?" I was born too late, of course I haven't seen her, but we insects all have a heritage, as long as we see her, I should be able to recognize her. He took a deep breath and said, "Oh yes, she has a scary name, called Shining." Lone Moon, Ching, holy shit, it really is her, hey. Wait a minute. This insect, could it be that when Shining was 5 years old, Shinjing threw her to the mother planet of the insect race to train? They escaped here. Isn't this world a little too small? The two of them looked at a certain insect at the same time, emitting sympathetic looks. But the other party did not seem to feel anything, as if still immersed in the fear of the great demon king, and even his interest in talking decreased. I have to continue working. He shook his head, turned back to look at the two of them and said, "I won't disturb the two of you drinking your tea." With that said, he pointed to the bag in his hand. Only then did the two of them see that inside was a bag, the same kind of wooden tablet that was handed to Lone Moon just now. So he was giving out leaflets. Then thank you for the reminder, brother, Lone Moon replied. No problem. He chuckled, then carried the bag full of wooden tablets and stood up, intending to continue giving out leaflets. He turned and walked towards the main hall, passing by the door that led to the backyard. Shining, who had just woken up, pushed open the door and walked out, then their gazes just happened to meet. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Something flashed in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, and faintly heard a few crackling sounds in the air. Shining tilted her head, then directly raised her hand and grabbed towards the insect. What are you trying to do? Buggy got a huge fright, his face instantly turned pale, and his legs went limp. He turned and opened his mouth to shout at Lone Moon and Shining beside him, two young masters, save me. Ha! Shinying's hand paused, and she turned to look at the two people at the table. You know them. The two of them had an indescribable expression on their faces, and only nodded after a long while. You can say, we know them. Oh. Shining once again turned to look at Buggy in front of her, then reached out to pinch the two antennae on its forehead, and directly tied them into a butterfly knot, before turning to walk to the table and sit down. Buggy did not dare to resist, and ran away frantically. Chapter 573. Lone Moon glanced at Shining. If that insect hadn't called out to them just now, Shining would have really attacked him with that claw, right? Why did you suddenly attack him? She didn't look like someone who would take the initiative. Shining took the tea that Chef handed over and then blurted out, oh, I'm used to it. She wanted to pinch the insect when she saw it. Lone Moon, ching, so that was just a conditioned reflex. This insect is really the insect race from your sister's plane. Lone Moon's eyes widened. Shining nodded and explained, there was a plane storm near the mother planet of the insect race. One of the insect race queens should have been accidentally swept into the end of the void. Lone Moon was even more confused. That's not right, the insect race doesn't look like this. Although that guy had antennae, he was clearly in human form. When he first returned, Shining had shown him the images of the insectoids. They all had thick carapaces. Mimicry. Shining said, high-level insects have mimicry, and this is the end of the void, it's normal for there to be some mutations. So that was it. I'm so hungry, can we eat? She's still that foodie. Lone Moon didn't expect to find the location of the spirit seed on his first day in Yang City. It was easy now that he knew the place. Lone Moon had originally planned to sneak into Immortal Spirit College tonight and take the spirit seed back. But he found that the aura of the end of the void was too messy, and there was some completely unknown energy surrounding it. Their divine perception couldn't probe into the college at all, which meant that they couldn't find where the spirit seed was at all. Perhaps because he had suffered once, Lone Moon was more vigilant towards this world. He didn't just barge in without a care, and the spirit seed was now an open reward for the League. If it suddenly disappeared, it would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. And this was the chaotic end of the void. The plane gate wasn't something they could open and return whenever they wanted. Shining said that they had to wait at least a month before they could open it again. So after thinking about it, Lone Moon still felt that it was better to win the spirit seed openly. That's right, Father Neo planned to participate in that alliance competition. Whether or not they could win in the end, at least they would have a chance to know the exact location of the spirit seed. Moreover, even though only one academy could participate in this competition, Buggy had also mentioned earlier that many forces called themselves academies to participate in the competition. Naturally, they could do so as well. Hence, the three of them asked for directions and headed directly to the registration place. The Immortal Academy was actually not in Yang City, but on a secluded hillside in the west of the city. Perhaps because of the competition, there were people going in and out of the entrance. The location of the report was on the left side of the academy. Invincible Academy. The registrar was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and looked at the three of them. I've never heard of this name before. It's a newly built academy. It's not well known, and it's located in a remote place in the north, Lone Moon said. The man did not ask much. Perhaps it was because he had received too many visitors in the past few days. He directly wrote down the name of Invincible Academy on the register. As he wrote, he asked, "Are you the teachers leading the team?" "No, we are participants," Lone Moon explained. Seeing that he was a little suspicious, he added, "Our teachers were injured and are recuperating in the inn, so they asked us to come to register." "Oh, that's just right. You can go directly to the preliminary competition." He pointed to the inside of the academy and said, "There are too many academies participating in the Alliance tournament. Only the academies that have passed the preliminaries will have the right to participate in the official tournament." With that said, he directly handed him a competition card before shouting at the person behind him, "Next." Lone Moon did not say much. He picked up the wooden card and walked in. Yi Qing and Shining followed. Just as they entered the door, a guard at the side glanced at them and waved his hand. "Hey, you guys. Come this way. The next round is about to begin." The three of them turned and followed them in. After a while, they turned in front of a door. The guard then pointed inside and said, "As long as you can last inside for a joss stick's time, you'll be considered qualified." With that said, he directly opened the door in front of them and gestured for them to enter. The few of them went in to take a look. Only then did they realize that inside was a place that was like a beast battle arena. There seemed to be no time to clean up inside. There were some messy things scattered around. There were weapons, armor, talismans, and other things. There was also a faint strange smell in the air. Yi Qing frowned. He directly conjured a wind seal and blew away that strange smell. At the same time, he blew all the rubbish on the ground to a corner. It was obvious that they were going to compete in martial arts. But they did not know who their opponents were. They looked around and found that there was a huge iron door opposite them that was tightly shut. There was an unfamiliar aura inside. They could faintly detect that it was a huge fellow. "Hey!" The guard who sent them here called out to them from behind. He said somewhat worriedly, "Remember, you have to last for a joss stick's time to be considered qualified. If you want to give up halfway, just say that you admit defeat." "Thank you very much," Lone Moon replied. Only then did the guard nod. Suddenly, he took out something. It looked like a talisman or something. He pressed it against the wall at the side. Immediately, there was a rumbling sound. The huge iron door opposite them opened automatically. For a moment, that strange smell pounced on them again. The three of them could not help but pinch their noses and take a step back. There was a soft rustling sound coming from inside. They could faintly see a huge figure moving towards them. The figure only moved twice. For some reason, it suddenly stiffened, and then it was motionless. It was like a huge black stone embedded in the door. It was even faintly trembling. After waiting for a long time, they did not see the other party crawl out even half a step. The three of them looked confused. Could it be that the preliminary selection of this alliance competition was just to see who could stand longer? The guard outside was also stunned. "Why isn't it coming out?" He walked towards the opposite side somewhat anxiously. After passing through the big iron door, he heard the other party's somewhat angry voice coming from inside. "Hey, it's your turn. Hurry up and get out." There was no response from inside. "Did you hear that? It's not over yet. Hurry up and get out. What's the matter with you? We agreed to fight 10 rounds a day. This is only your second round. Hurry up and go." "Wait, why are you suddenly trembling? What? Not doing it. Didn't we sign an agreement with your queen? What do you mean by not doing it now? Hey, don't force me to complain to your queen. Chapter 574. Just as the guard finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the entrance of the cave. Lone Moon and the others stood for a long time before they saw a huge black figure slowly crawling out of the metal door. After a long time, they saw a huge figure appear at the door. Its entire body was pitch black and covered in thick, hard armor. Its lower body had 10 slender, blade-like thighs, and its head had more than a dozen compound eyes. Its body was 4 to 3 feet tall, and it looked like a giant mutated beetle. It looked very scary, but it was shaking violently like a candle in the wind. One could not help but worry that it would flip over if it kept shaking. It even stretched out dozens of soft tentacles from its mouth and comforted itself by hugging its armored body. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He felt that the monster in front of him looked a little familiar. It was especially like one of the images Shining showed him when he returned to Earth. So this one couldn't be, Bug. Shining was stunned and took a step forward. In the next moment, the huge beetle opposite her trembled all over. Even the tentacles on its body seemed to be electrified and slid in a circle. In an instant, it let out a piercing scream. It turned around and scrambled towards the metal door that it came out from. With a whoosh, it squeezed back in at lightning speed and knocked into the guard beside it. Shining subconsciously wanted to chase after it, but Lone Moon was quick to catch her. What are you doing? Ha! Shining was stunned and then reacted. TSK, used to it. She felt uncomfortable if she did not beat up bugs. Lone Moon, ching, but the guard beside them was angry. He climbed up and started scolding the insect inside. But this time, no matter how he threatened or tempted it, the insect refused to come out again. Even when he brought out the Zerg Queen, that bug refused to come out. Not long after, there were still some strange cries coming out from within. The guard grumbled with a dumbfounded look on his face. That's weird. What's going on? Didn't they say that the insect race is the most trustworthy? Even if it doesn't want to come out, it should at least change back to its original state and explain the situation, right? Why did it suddenly stop doing it? Lone Moon and I Ching silently turned to look at the person beside them. Suddenly, they wanted to know what Shining had done to the bugs in the past. Ahem, brother, what do you think of today's test? Lone Moon looked at the guard. Forget it, I will bring you to the testing field next door. The guard sighed and brought the 3 of them to another field. But the strange thing was, no matter which testing field the 3 of them went to, the situation was the same. And it seemed even worse. The Zergs that were supposed to help with the testing didn't even show up. Some of them even slipped away from the backstage. It was the same 10 times in a row. The guards were confused. Could it be that the Queen of the Zerg was dissatisfied with the academy? Why did the Zergs that were sent to help with the testing suddenly go on strike one after another? He couldn't help but have some conspiracy theories. In the end, he was so annoyed that he could only let the 3 of them pass. But those Zergs who were frightened still did not dare to come out. The 10 Zergs in the testing grounds, as if they had agreed to hide inside and shiver, did not dare to move a single step. They only recovered the next day. Because of this, the time of the united competition was delayed by a day. Although this kind of giant beetle was tall and strong, it had very low intelligence. Even if it turned into a human form, it didn't get anything out of it. It became a strange thing in the academy. Lone Moon expressed that he would get used to it after lying down and lying down. For all, the 3 of them received the competition qualification card in the name of Invincible Academy as they wished. The united competition would officially be held 3 days later. The specific competition method would only be announced on that day. Lone Moon was thinking about the spirit seed and didn't pay much attention at first. Until the day before the competition, he heard bad news. What? 4 people. I Ching was stunned and looked at Shining beside him. But there are only 3 of us including Master. I just found out too. The first round is a team competition. Lone Moon was also a little annoyed. As for a team of 4 to participate, if the number of people is insufficient or exceeded, they will be directly disqualified. This competition was obviously different from their sect competition. Looking at the competition format, it was not strange that there would be a team competition. And it was originally stated before the competition that it was a competition between the various academies. But who would have thought that there would only be 3 people in each academy? Now thinking back on the meaning of the previous preliminaries, it was probably to get rid of those who wanted to watch the show and sneak in to see the world. Then what should we do? I Ching frowned. If we don't participate, we can't enter Immortal Academy, and we can't find the spirit seed. We can only look around temporarily to see if anyone is willing to go with us. But they were unfamiliar with this place and the competition was tomorrow. Where could they get someone to come? Can we use sorcery to temporarily create a puppet to fill the numbers? He suddenly thought of the demon that Tao Chu had transformed from those leaves that day. No. Lone Moon shook his head. This competition is so formal, there must be specialized people to examine it. What's more, this is the end of the void. These people are all from different planes. We don't know each other's situation. If someone sees through us, it will be even more troublesome. And there's not enough time. I Ching's expression darkened. Indeed, before finding the spirit seed, it was better not to expose themselves. If it really doesn't work, we'll just spend money to hire someone. Lone Moon frowned. Let's get through the first competition first. Anyway, they weren't going for the prize. That's the only way. I Ching nodded. Shining, who was at the side, suddenly spoke. Why don't we ask Buggy? The 2 of them paused and turned around abruptly. Instantly, they thought of the insect that was giving out the advertisement this morning and was almost pinched to death by Shining. Good idea. It's indeed suitable. Lone Moon immediately took out the advertisement board from this morning. Fortunately, he didn't throw it away. With that insect's cowardly look, there was indeed no one more suitable than him. Let's go, we'll go find someone. No, find Buggy now. So the few of them followed the address on the advertisement board and found their way to a shop at the entrance of the alley. Before they entered the shop, they saw Buggy, who was smiling warmly at the entrance of the shop. He was still giving out the advertisement boards diligently. The 2 antennae on his head were tied with a unique bow. Hey! Shining waved a hand in greeting. Buggy's smile froze instantly. His legs turned to jelly and he knelt down. The wooden signboards in his hands fell to the ground. He wasn't dreaming, was he? Illusion, yes. This must be an illusion. Brother Buggy, do me a favor. Lone Moon smiled brightly. No, I'm begging you to do me a favor. Wake me up, thank you. Chapter 575. Until the next day when he was dragged to Immortal Spirit Academy, Buggy still couldn't believe that he was still alive. Ever since he saw that woman at the inn yesterday, he almost instantly felt the fear from his bloodline. As a member of the insect race, he naturally knew that was a warning from his genes. No. It was a cry. The genes he inherited repeatedly sent him the same message: die, 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 die. He swore in the name of the queen that the person in front of him was definitely the legendary demon king of his race. And this inheritance of the insect race had never been wrong. Since there was such a premonition, then without a doubt, he would definitely die in the hands of the person in front of him. He didn't even think of resisting, because he clearly understood that he couldn't resist at all. But something miraculous happened. The other party didn't make a move, he just tied his tentacles into a knot and then left. He thought it was the Queen's blessing that he didn't die right away, until 2 days later, he met that person in front of the shop again. This time, an even more violent cry came from their bloodline, they must definitely die. But a miracle happened again, the other party still didn't make a move on him. Just when he was wondering when the other party would make a move, by the time he reacted, he was already at the entrance of Immortal Spirit Academy. He even said he wanted to form a team with him to participate in the competition. Only then did he understand, the other party seemed not to want to kill him. Buggy touched his own hard body with lingering fear, he was really still alive. Don't worry, I promise you'll be fine. Lone Moon could tell what this silly insect was thinking with one look, he patted his shoulder and said, you just have to follow us. Buggy looked at Lone Moon, then turned to look at I Ching at the side, finally plucking up his courage to look timidly at the person nibbling on a fruit at the side. The cracking sounds made him shudder with fear and trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he then asked weakly, I won't die. No. Lone Moon nodded. Won't get his legs broken. No. Won't be dismembered. No. Won't be exterminated. No. No. How heavy was the trauma of his race. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. His legs had regained some strength. Finally, he did not need Chef to drag him along. However, he still did not dare to take another step closer to Shining. He hid weakly beside Lone Moon, trying his best to reduce his presence. When Lone Moon saw that he had settled Buggy, he then had the mood to size up the surroundings. There were many people participating in the preliminary round today. It was much more spectacular than when they were queuing up for registration. The entire mountaintop was densely packed with people. Moreover, there were people dressed in all kinds of clothes. Some wore long robes like them, some wore gorgeous clothes, some wore modern clothes, and some wore all kinds of strange clothes. It was only then that he truly felt the chaos of the void end. It felt like he was looking at a historical painting, with people from different planes mixed together. Fortunately, most of them were still with them. Furthermore, he could faintly sense that some of them had the aura of spiritual chi or immortal chi. Especially the group of people at the very front. They were all dressed in blue robes, similar to the ones in charge of registration in Immortal Spirit Academy. He could roughly guess that these people could be disciples of Immortal Spirit Academy. They all had spiritual chi and immortal chi on them. He suddenly guessed what this academy was teaching. It was probably the same as them, cultivation methods. For a moment, he felt more at ease. This competition was probably similar to cultivation. The entire mountaintop looked like there were almost thousands of people, each occupying a side. The number of people varied. There were at least a dozen, and at most hundreds of disciples. Lone Moon and the others, who only had 4 people, looked a little pitiful. There were so many people. It seemed like Buggy was right. This Immortal Spirit Academy was indeed very prestigious. They came rather late. Before long, the gates of Immortal Spirit Academy opened. A few elders with immortal chi walked out. Lone Moon took a closer look and realized that they were all mystic immortals. The highest one was only a Stygian immortal. He looked like the person in charge of the academy. They did not say much. After a few opening remarks, they directly announced the start of the competition. 4 of them walked out at the same time. They directly flew up on their swords and began to form seals. In a short while, a huge array appeared in the sky. The array became brighter and brighter. Then, the air distorted. In a short while, an entrance that looked like a mystic realm appeared. Then, the ground shook. A huge white stone tablet slowly rose up. It was erected directly below the entrance of the mystic realm. Among the few elders, the Stygian immortal with the highest cultivation took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, a small triangular flag appeared. Then, he began to explain in a loud voice. Distinguished disciples of the Academy. For this first competition, you need to enter the mystic realm in groups of 4. There are a total of 100 array flags like the one in my hand in the mystic realm. As long as you obtain any array flag within 10 days and persist until 10 days later, you will be considered to have one. He glanced at the people present and continued. This mystic realm is very dangerous. There are countless beasts. I believe that all of you have a competition token. If you really encounter a crisis that you cannot solve, you can break the wooden token and leave the mystic realm. But if you leave the mystic realm in advance, your entire team will be eliminated, even if you have an array flag. He explained the rules in detail. Then, he pointed to the blank stone tablet and said, the competition will begin now. All you need to do is to place your competition token in front of the stone tablet. Once you have verified your qualifications, you can enter the mystic realm. As soon as he said that, the teams closest to the stone tablet immediately took their competition tokens and walked towards the stone tablet. They began to fight to be the first to enter the mystic realm. After all, the earlier one entered the mystic realm, the faster one could find the array flags without an owner. In less than half a minute, the square that was originally filled with people was reduced by more than half. Lone Moon turned back to look at the group of Immortal Academy disciples. They did not seem to be in a hurry. Not a single one of them moved. Seeing that most of the people in the square had left, Lone Moon led the few of them towards the stone tablet. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was just a recording token. He took out his competition token and swept it across the stone tablet. Immediately, the words, Invincible Academy, appeared on the stone tablet. It was lined up at the bottom left. Just like the other academies, there was a 0 written below it. Lone Moon thought about it carefully. This should be a record of the number of array flags obtained. And the wooden token in his hand was also divided into 4. The words, Invincible Academy, appeared on each of them. He passed one to each of them. Without further ado, he gave I Ching a look behind him. Then, carrying Buggy behind him, he rode on his sword and entered the mystic realm above. Chapter 576. At the entrance of Immortal Academy. The Stygian immortal who had just announced the rules was taken aback, looking in the direction of the 4 people who disappeared into the mystic realm. What's wrong? Teacher Yin. Someone beside him asked. He then turned back and smiled. I just didn't expect that among the participating academies this time, there are actually cultivator disciples too. He actually has a cultivator as a disciple. Moreover, he seems to be very proficient in sword techniques. Looking at how the 2 of them rode their swords smoothly, as if it was as simple as walking, this must be achieved with a certain level of control over swordsmanship. And he didn't know if it was an illusion, but in that instant, he felt that the aura of the 2 was a bit too thick, even, far stronger than his. There are so many academies in the world, it's not strange to have one person who specializes in swordsmanship. The person beside him said again, the Academy's disciples are going in too. That's true. He didn't think too much about it, and just thought that he had seen wrongly, turning to focus on his own Academy's disciples. I wonder who can get the first place in this combined competition. Inside the mystic realm. Lone Moon flew into the mystic realm, only to feel that the scenery in front of him changed. In the next instant he was in a dense forest. It was lonely all around, only the sound of water flowing in the small river beside him could be heard. The various Academy's disciples who came in together had all disappeared, probably because they were teleported to different places. Loneman's heart skipped a beat, instinctively turning back to look for a certain permanent missing person. In the next moment he heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily Shining was still here. Not lost. It seemed that people from the same team would be teleported to the same place. It was indeed a team competition. But it was obvious that this was the preliminary round. The chances of elimination were quite high. He had to say that this competition was indeed a little scheming. Although it looked like a team competition, it was actually an individual competition. After all, there were only 100 array flags, which meant that only 100 people could pass. And there were 4 people in a team. It was impossible for all teams to be so lucky that all 4 of them could get array flags. And the other party even gave them 10 days' time. It was clear that finding the array flags was not a difficult thing. What was difficult was to guard till the end. It could be foreseen how intense this competition would be in the last few days. Plus the map of this mystic realm was not very big. They would meet eventually. It would not be easy to survive till the end. 3 great immortals, where do we go first? Seeing the 3 of them standing on the spot without moving for a long while, Buggy could not help but ask. I'm not leaving. Lone Moon answered. Ah. What did he mean? He wasn't going to compete anymore. The flat land by the river is not bad. Lone Moon looked up at the sky and said seriously, let's have lunch first. What the hell? Buggy was taken aback, thinking that he was joking. When he turned his head to look, he realized that the person behind him had already started to turn around, taking out pots and pans. What are you guys doing here? Buggy was dumbfounded, seeing that they had even laid out the table. He couldn't help but step forward and say, Great Immortal, even if we want to eat, let's go somewhere else. We can't stay by the river. Why? Lone Moon asked subconsciously. Buggy said matter-of-factly, because as long as there's a river, there's bound to be strange beasts and aquatic creatures, as well as all sorts of strange fish that can eat humans. Fish. Lone Moon paused. That's right. Buggy said nervously, those fish-shaped beasts are not easy to deal with. We need. Before he could finish, Lone Moon suddenly turned and shouted at I Ching, Chef, there's fish in the river. I Ching's eyes lit up. He turned and picked up his spatula, walking towards the river. Ha! Wait a minute. Why was he walking over there the more he talked? It's dangerous, don't go to the river. He had only spoken halfway when he saw the other party's hand turn, waving the spatula forcefully towards the river surface, only to hear a loud rumbling sound. The entire river surface instantly exploded into a water curtain of over 10 meters. The entire river surface instantly dried up by half. The next moment, he only felt that there was suddenly an additional patch on the ground, shadows of various sizes. There were even under his feet, and they were getting bigger and bigger. He subconsciously looked up, a sky full of fish-shaped beasts, falling down like rain. His heart tightened. He couldn't dodge in time. With a splat, a fish that was even bigger than his body smashed down on his head. His legs gave way. He was directly smacked onto the ground. So heavy, it felt like his carapace was about to be crushed. He was instantly pressed down and couldn't get up. He was about to call for help when his body lightened. The fish was directly lifted up. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, he happened to see Shen Ying's face when he looked up. His body trembled out of habit, suddenly feeling that it was better to be pressed down. Chef, eat this one today. Shining had already turned towards I Ching and raised the fish in her hand. This one was the biggest. Yes, master. Chef then walked back and took the fish from Shen Ying's hand, then turned to pick up the others. Only then did Buggy see that the entire riverbank was filled with all sorts of fish. The smallest was at least tens of catties. The originally most ferocious aquatic beasts were now like salted fish being dried in the sun, covering the entire ground. A few other people's relaxed conversation also reached their ears. This one is suitable for braising, that one can be steamed, boiling this one is also not bad. Chef, why don't you make a few more? Yes, master, no problem, master. Buggy. These were all exotic beasts, not fish. He suddenly felt that his common sense was being tested. He turned to look at a certain someone who was still grabbing the spatula and bending over to pick up the fish. That was definitely not an ordinary spatula. It must be some kind of Dharma treasure. That's why he could catch so many beasts with a light wave. Buggy felt that he had discovered the truth. The two who finished picking up the fish had already turned back to sit at the table, replenishing the free ingredients again. Chef's cooking speed was very fast. In less than half an hour, a few dishes were already served. Not knowing if it was because of the beasts, the dishes made were especially fragrant. For a moment, the entire river bank was filled with the aroma of food. As half a supplier who reminded them that there were fish in the river, Buggy was very honored to have a seat at the dining table. Of course, whether he could snatch the food was another matter. The few of them were just about to start eating when suddenly a gust of wind blew. 4 figures dressed in blue appeared at the side. 3 men and 1 woman seemed to have come riding on the wind. They were looking at the 3 people at the dining table with a shocked expression. Lone Moon's eyes narrowed. He turned to sweep a glance at the 4 people, looking at their clothes. They should be from Immortal Academy. Sorry to disturb fellow Taoists. The taller man among the 4 took a step forward and said politely with cupped fists. May I ask if the few of you managed to hunt a red-scented fish beast earlier? Lone Moon tightened the fan in his hand before saying, we did hunt a fish beast in the river earlier. As for what kind of fish it was, he didn't know. Yet the 4 of them were overjoyed. There was even a hint of excitement. That man even hurriedly asked, fellow Taoists, we have a presumptuous request. Can we ask the few of you to transfer a fish beast to us? We can pay, even double the price. Chapter 577. From his tone, it was as if he knew that they had more than one fish in their hands. Lone Moon thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Sure. With that said, he waved his hand, and a fish the size of a table appeared on the grass at the side. Is this the fish beast you want? The 4's eyes lit up, staring at the fish on the ground, nodding hard. That's right, that's it, this is the red-scented fish beast. Then how much do you intend to pay for it? Lone Moon smiled kindly, looking at their expressions. He didn't expect that the ingredients that Chef casually found would be worth so much. That tall man walked forward happily as he took out the money bag beside him and said, the red-scented fish beast used to be sold for 100,000 void coins in Yang City. I. He looked at his own money bag and said carefully, I have 230,000 void coins now. Is that all right? With that said, he handed over the bag. Lone Moon took a look. Was a fish so expensive originally? He was thinking if he should let Chef buy more later, and didn't reply for a moment. But the tall man panicked, thinking that he was short. He turned back to look at the other 3 anxiously. If fellow Taoist thinks it's too little, we still have more. With that said, the other 3 all took out the bags beside them, counted them and handed them over together. A total of 400,000 void coins. Is that all right? If it's not enough, we'll make up for it after the competition. We'll sign an IOU, we'll definitely return it to you. The others all nodded, looking at him with pleading eyes. Lone Moon was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he saw someone take the initiative to increase the price during a negotiation. What kind of new nouveau riche bargaining method was this? Little friends, you're exaggerating. He replied with a light smile. Although I promised to sell it to you, I naturally won't go back on my word. I just don't know why you're in such a hurry to get this fish beast. With that said, a desolate expression appeared on the 4's faces. After a while they replied, it's like this, we have a good friend who suffered some injuries a while ago, and it took a long time for him to recover. It's rumored that the fish bones of the red-scented fish have the effect of connecting the meridians and tendons, so we want to buy one. I see. So it was to save someone. I won't hide it from you. Actually, we've been searching for a few months in Yang City, but unfortunately, we haven't found anyone selling this kind of fish beast. He explained in a low voice, his eyes looking at the fish on the ground. This red-scented fish beast has a strange fragrance, and it has always lived in groups. There are thousands of them in a group. Without dozens of people, it was impossible to capture it. Therefore, even merchants who specialized in hunting beasts would not easily capture it. That's why it's always been in short supply. Although he didn't know how they managed to hunt it with just 4 people. However, being able to buy one was already a pleasant surprise for them. I see. Lone Moon nodded. No wonder they felt that chef's dishes were especially fragrant today. It was because of the ingredients. They were so sure that they had other fish beasts with them. They must have smelled the aroma and knew that they had encountered a school of fish. He suddenly thought of something and asked in a deep voice, "You only need the bones of this fish." The 4 of them were taken aback, but they still nodded. Indeed. Wait. He stood up directly and turned to walk towards chef's temporary cooking bench. He looked around, then bent down and dragged a several meters long bone from behind the cooking bench. This fish bone is bigger than that fish. What do you guys think about me selling this fish bone to you? The 4 of them were stunned, and then their faces turned into wild joy. Such a big fish bone, could this be the red-scented fish king? Definitely, such a big one must be the fish king. And looking at the color of this bone, it's at least 500 years old. Heavens! There hasn't been a 500-year-old fish king in Yang City. Brother Wen Xian can be saved this time. He'll definitely get better. The more they spoke, the more excited they became. Their eyes were full of stars. Since you only want the fish bone, I'll give you a discount. 200,000 void coins will do. As he spoke, he directly reached out and took the bag from the tall man's hand, and stuffed the fish bone into his hand. Then he turned and kept the fish on the ground. Luckily Chef didn't throw the bone away just now. A fish was exchanged for 200,000 void coins. This was a good deal. The 4 of them became even more excited. They carefully kept the fish bone and then looked at Lone Moon gratefully. Thank you, fellow Daoist. The 4 of us will never forget your help this time. When our good friend recovers, we'll definitely pay you a visit to thank you. With that said, they were about to kneel down. Fellow Daoist, you're too serious. Lone Moon hurriedly helped them up. He smiled sincerely. It's nothing, don't stand on ceremony. No, we understand fellow Daoist's intentions. The other party said even more seriously. The red-scented fish king is rare, and the fish king is even rarer. We've taken advantage of fellow Daoist this time. We'll definitely remember it. As for this money. He turned and stuffed the other few money bags over. Fellow Daoist, please don't accept all of them. How can this be? Fellow Daoist, please don't decline. All right. Lone Moon then put the remaining few bags of void coins into his own pocket reluctantly. Shening, Iching, Buggy, Profiteer. I still don't know how to address you, fellow Daoist. The tall one's face was full of gratitude. He then introduced himself. I'm Ling Hong, a disciple of Immortal Academy. These 2 are my good friends, and Hao, Meng Fan. This is my younger sister Ling Fei. Lone Moon was thinking if he should take the opportunity to sell them some elixirs. Just as he was about to reply, a sarcastic male voice came from the sky. I was wondering who alarmed the school of red-scented fish. So it's the famous trash from Team 3. Ling Hong's excited expression turned pale. He looked up at the 4 people who suddenly appeared in the sky. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes. Lone Moon looked up and saw 4 men dressed in the same long blue robes as Ling Hong and the rest. They were standing in mid-air on their swords. They were looking down at the few people below them with a face full of sarcasm. I heard that Ling Wenxian was bitten by a beast previously. He's already crippled. I can't believe that you bunch of trash still dare to participate in the competition. The man flying at the front laughed coldly. He looked at the 4 of them with an even more sarcastic gaze. Could it be that you think that you bunch of 3rd-level trash can still get the array flag? The moment he said that, the 3 behind him burst into laughter. Ling Hong and the rest paled even more. They clenched their fists by their sides. The only girl at the side, Ling Fei, could not take it anymore. She took a step forward and said, "Ren Qing. We're all disciples of Immortal Academy. So what if we're from Team 3? Don't look down on us." "Ha! So what if I look down on you?" That person laughed even more arrogantly. "Ling Wenxian was always with you guys. No wonder he's also a trash now. Just nice to join you guys." Chapter 578. What nonsense are you spouting? Ling Fei was exasperated and was about to step forward when Ling Hong pulled her back. "How am I spouting nonsense? Ling Wenxian is a cripple now, just like you guys." Oh no. He thought of something and the malice in his eyes deepened. "I heard that all the meridians in his legs are broken, even walking is a problem, he's worse than a cripple now." "You." Ling Fei was so angry that tears came out. The other party became even more arrogant. "Oh right, I smelled the fragrance of the red-scented fish beast just now, don't tell me you guys are still thinking of curing him." He swept a glance at the 4 of them and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no trace of the fish beast on the ground. He continued, "Just the few of you cripples and you want to catch the red-scented fish beast, you're really dreaming. I think you guys had better persuade Ling Wenxian to give up, after all he's already a cripple, it's better to die early." Ren Qing. This time, not only Ling Fei, even the other 2 people shouted angrily and even drew out their weapons. "Why? Are you angry, you want to fight?" But the other party still looked fearless. "Just a few disciples from the 3rd team and you want to challenge us from the heavenly team, ha ha ha, what a joke. Alright, come on, if you're so capable, why don't you fight? Fight me if you can, Before he could finish his words, a sudden pressure swept towards them. Before they could react, a wave of pressure swept towards them. Before they could react, their legs trembled and with a few thuds, they fell directly from the sky, and they even landed face down. The few of them got a fright and hurriedly climbed up and drew out their weapons. "Who is it? Who plotted against me?" They looked around and finally noticed the 4 people sitting around the table and eating beside Ling Hong. He was the one who requested to fight, it had nothing to do with them. Ren Qing's expression darkened as he looked back and forth at the 4 of them. He first looked at Yi Qing and Lone Moon, then turned away after a while and finally fixed his gaze on Buggy. "It's you. Buggy who didn't even get any soup. Meow meow meow. What has it got to do with Buggy? He didn't do anything. You're a bug." The other party looked like he was facing a formidable enemy as he looked straight at Buggy. "What do you mean? Want to stand up for them?" "Ha!" Buggy was dumbfounded. "Stand out. I say, little friend, don't be so angry." Lone Moon finally turned to look at him and said casually, "Can't we talk things out? Why did he have to stand so high? Although he did have an imposing manner, but you have to shout to talk. Don't you feel tired?" Ren Qing's heart felt stifled, and his face instantly turned red. Thinking about it, he was indeed a little tired, and a little thirsty, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "What has it got to do with you? Can't he just stand tall? Originally, it had nothing to do with us. Lone Moon was full. He looked up at the foodie who had not stopped eating. The corners of his eyes curved, and he put down the chopsticks in his hand. He smiled and said, "But just now when you were standing up there, you kept talking and talking in this direction. Your saliva flew everywhere. We were still eating down there. Don't you think this is very unhygienic?" The moment he said that, Shining and Chef's chopsticks froze at the same time. Suddenly, he felt that every dish was covered with a thick layer of a certain someone's saliva. Shining, Ching, MMP. How were they supposed to eat? Father Nyo was definitely doing it on purpose. Buggy didn't mind at all, and even looked delighted. He finally managed to snatch some food. Their insect race had always lived rough lives, they could eat anything and didn't mind at all. You. Ren Qing's expression turned even uglier. He was after all educated, he still had some face. Yet he couldn't find the words to rebut, and could only blush, looking embarrassed and anxious. After a while, he found his voice and said, "Humph. Where did this little academy disciple come from? Do you think you can win just by teaming up with an insect race?" He glanced at Buggy viciously, and when he saw the butterfly knot on the other's antennae, he stiffened again. After a while, he seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes lit up. He pointed at the other and said, "I thought it was some powerful insect race, so it's just a scouting insect." Buggy's expression darkened, and he was instantly a little angry. So what if it was a scouting insect? Why did he look down on scouting insects? He was the smartest among all the insects. Ren Qing's heart relaxed, and then he laughed maniacally, looking at Ling Hong with even more sarcasm. "Ha ha ha ha. Ling Hong, you found such a backing. Scouting insects were the weakest among the insect race. If it were any other insect race, they might still be wary." "Ren Qing, don't spout nonsense." Ling Hong frowned. "I've just met these few by chance, they're not from our academy." "So what if they're not from the academy?" Ren Qing clearly didn't believe him, and laughed even more sarcastically. "To be able to hang around with you, they're probably the same kind of trash." "You." Ling Hong was exasperated. Ling Fei on the other side couldn't help but speak up. "These few are people who can catch the red-scented fish beast. If you say they're trash, then what are you? You catch a fish beast for us to see too. Little Fei." Ling Hong was shocked, and wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. As expected, Ren Qing's expression changed. "You guys really caught the red-scented fish beast?" He turned to look in Buggy's direction with a shocked expression, and then his expression changed again. "Humph, with just the few of you and a scouting insect, I don't believe it." "Believe it or not, it's up to you," Ling Fei said directly. Ren Qing's expression darkened, and for some reason, he swept a glance at Buggy again and laughed coldly. "If this insect race is really so strong, then a small matter like finding the array flag would definitely not be a problem. I wonder if you found the array flag. Take it out and let us broaden our horizons." The people behind him also started to make a ruckus, certain that they were putting on an act. "Yes, take it out for us to see. What's the fish beast? The array flag is the main point, right?" "That's right, this is a competition. If you get the array flag, we'll be convinced by you. Hurry and take it out, don't tell me you don't have it." They said hurriedly, and even looked at Buggy, their gazes full of disdain. Buggy started to panic, even Lone Moon frowned. These few people were really very arrogant. Instead, Chef at the side suddenly grabbed a handful of something and threw it in front of Buggy, throwing it onto the table with a thud. "Here." On the table, there were a few triangular little flags with the word, "Immortal Spirit," written on them. There were a total of 6 of them, and they even gave off a faint stench of blood. Ren Qing, Ling Hong, Buggy, there really was it, and it was a whole bunch. Renqing's expression turned green, and his entire person froze, looking at the pile of array flags with a look of disbelief. This was impossible. The mystic realm had only been open for less than an hour, and they actually found 6 array flags. Ling Hong's expression lit up, and he retorted sarcastically, "Don't you want to look at the array flags? How is it, have you seen them clearly?" Chapter 579. Renqing's face turned green and white, looking even uglier. Ling Hong laughed lightly and continued to look at the other party. "Renqing, let me give you a piece of advice, don't be too extreme in everything you do. So what if you're in the heaven team now? Can you guarantee that you won't fall one day? Don't forget what position you were in before. Even if you don't remember, do we remember it clearly? You." The other party's expression became uglier and uglier, looking at the 4 of them with an even more vicious gaze. "Alright, I'll wait and see, how are you going to protect these array flags with this insect?" With that said, he snorted coldly, turned and brought the 4 of them away on their swords. Yet Buggy was still looking at the flags on the table in disbelief, asking subconsciously, "This? How did it get here? I want to know too." Lone Moon also turned to look over, they just came in and didn't even move from the place, they didn't specially look for the array flags. Yet Chef spoke with a natural expression. "When I was cutting the fish just now, I saw it in its stomach." Lone Moon, so, the array flags for this competition were actually hidden in the bodies of these demon beasts. Indeed, gluttons save the world. With these array flags, we can pass the first round of the competition. Buggy's face was full of surprise, of course, as long as they weren't snatched away in these 10 days. He hurriedly picked up the array flags on the table and handed them to Shining beside him with a fawning expression. "Great Immortal, here." Shining frowned in disdain, perhaps because they had stayed in the fish's stomach, the flags all carried a fishy smell, so she turned to look at Ling Hong and the rest beside her. "Want? For you." "Ah. Ah." Ling Hong was stunned, looking as if he had heard something wrong. "You're giving it to us." "That's right. But these are the array flags for passing," he reminded. "I know." Shining nodded, the smell was too strong, she didn't want it. But. He couldn't think of a reason after a long while, and could only look towards Lone Moon. "Take it." Lone Moon said nonchalantly, "We don't lack these array flags. Just take it as an extra for the fish bones you just bought." Ling Hong turned to look at the other 3 and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It was not good for him to reject them anymore. Instead, he felt even more grateful towards them. He cupped his fists and said, "Then, we thank you very much, fellow Taoists." As he spoke, he picked up the array flags on the table and directly pinched a dust removal technique. First, he cleaned the array flags, picked up 4 of the array flags, turned around and distributed them to the teammates behind him, and then handed 2 of them back. "There are only 4 of us, so we only need 4 flags. As for the remaining 2," he said with a serious expression, "although your cultivation is high and we are far inferior to you, we might not care about these 2 flags. However, it was still early, so it was better to keep it just in case. Of course, if there are any accidents in the future, you can take back the 4 flags in our hands at any time." His face was full of sincerity. Lone Moon raised his eyebrows in surprise. Only then did he take back the remaining 2 flags. All right. It looked like these people had good temperaments. At least they were not greedy. They were grateful and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Originally, he sold the fish bones to them because they were disciples of Immortal Spirit Academy. He thought that they might be of use in the future regarding the spirit seed. Oh right. He seemed to have thought of something. He turned back to look at his sister Ling Fei. With a troubled and slightly guilty expression, he said, "Just now, my sister Ling Fei spoke carelessly and said that you guys had hunted the red-scented fish monster. That Ren Qing has an old grudge with us. He will definitely spread the news to everyone. In addition to the array flags in our hands. I'm afraid it will attract many covetous eyes and bring trouble to you guys." He directly voiced out his worries. Ling Fei, who was at the side, also thought of this and knew that she had done something wrong. Instantly, her face turned pale and she looked at them in a panic. It's my fault." She looked like she was about to cry. No matter. Lone Moon didn't mind. Those fish had their own unique fragrance. Even if they didn't say it, those people would have thought of it after they left. So it had nothing to do with them. Moreover, they really weren't worried, especially after they knew that the array flags were with the beasts. You don't have to blame yourselves. No. Ling Hong said a little agitatedly, this matter started because of us. Although our cultivation levels are not high enough, but I hope that fellow Daoist will allow us to travel with you. Even if we can only help a little. Travel with you. Lone Man's eyes narrowed. Fellow Daoist, don't misunderstand. Afraid that they would think that he was going to rely on them, Ling Hong took out an item and added, although our cultivation levels are not high enough, we are disciples of Immortal Spirit Academy. Everyone from our academy has a communication token like this. This can show the location of our fellow disciples within a 10-mile radius. Although we can't defend against people from other academies, we can still help if we avoid people from Immortal Spirit Academy. In this mystic realm, most of the people were disciples from Immortal Spirit Academy. Oh. Lone Man's interest was piqued. He glanced at the communication token in his hand. You're saying, you can contact all the disciples in our sect? Indeed. He nodded. I see. Lone Moon suddenly broke into a smile. As if spring had returned, his entire body was filled with warmth. His eyes instantly narrowed into a thin line. Just now you said, this red-scented fish beast is very rare, right? Ling Hong was stunned for a moment. He nodded subconsciously. Yes. Yes. Why did he feel that his smile was a little strange? Suddenly, he had a misconception that something was missing. Come, tell me in detail. Lone Moon smiled even more happily. He had a premonition that a large amount of cash was swarming towards him. The master and disciple beside him, Master, don't tell me Father Neo wants to do business here, 100%. Then could he have forgotten what we came in for? Ha! What did we come in for? I Ching, buggy, asterisk 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 on the stone tablet outside the mystic realm. The name, Immortal Spirit Academy Division 23, that was written at the bottom of the stone tablet suddenly lit up. Then, it rose directly to the top of the stone tablet. Below the name, there was a small circle of 4. Following closely behind the name was the name, Invincible Academy. Below it was written, 2. Right now, the people outside the mystic realm were all the teachers of the various academies. The change on the stone tablet instantly attracted everyone's attention. They were all shocked. 4 array flags. A teacher smiled at the few people from Immortal Spirit Academy. It's only been an hour since you entered the mystic realm and you've already obtained 4 array flags. You're indeed the disciples of Immortal Spirit Academy. Teacher Li, you're too kind. The Stygian immortal from Immortal Spirit Academy took a look and was also stunned. Perhaps you're just lucky and happened to encounter 4 array flags. He smiled politely as he replied. He was surprised as well. He didn't expect that the first to obtain 4 array flags would actually be disciples from the 3rd team. Chapter 580. It wasn't that the teachers of the academy looked down on the people in Group 3, but that the academy's competition this time was divided into groups according to strength, and according to heaven, earth, mystic, yellow, A, B, C, D, and so on. To be able to get to Group 3, one could imagine that their strength was not that great. To get 4 array flags in just an hour, he wouldn't be surprised if it was the heaven group, but Group 3 was indeed surprising. Teacher Yen is too humble, who doesn't know the strength of Immortal Academy. There are even more crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the academy. Looks like the champion of this league will definitely be Immortal Academy. The teachers of the other academies also started to flatter them. Building a good relationship with Immortal Academy was the main purpose of these people coming. So a new wave of commercial flattery began. I wonder what kind of big clan this Invincible Academy is. They got 2 array flags in such a short time. Someone noticed Invincible Academy, which was ranked below Immortal Academy, and asked, "Has anyone heard of this academy?" But no one responded, and after a few words of discussion, they didn't pay too much attention, and quickly turned their attention to the other groups. But the situation in the next few days made these teachers of the academy who were waiting to watch from outside a little confused. Especially the people of Immortal Academy. They originally thought that the people in Group 3 were just lucky, and that was why they got 4 array flags in the beginning. If they were lucky, they could stay out of the mystic realm for 10 days, if they were unlucky, they would be teleported out after being robbed. Anyway, this number could not change anymore. After all, the disciples in Group 3 were already very lucky to get 4 array flags. They couldn't hide in time to let others find them, they couldn't take the risk to rob more. But soon, they were slapped in the face. The number below seemed to be spasming, not decreasing, but increasing. In just one day, it rose to 10. On the second day, it reached 20, on the third day it was a little slower, but it was still close to 30, and on the fifth day, the number had already risen to 40. 40 array flags, that was almost half of the total number. This time, the crowd wasn't surprised, but rather doubted the authenticity of this competition. A team of 4 could get 40 array flags in less than half the time of the competition. This was too illogical. The key was that the number of array flags never showed any signs of decreasing, unless they were cheating, otherwise how could this happen? For a moment, the teachers of Immortal Academy received a bunch of questioning looks. The teachers wanted to cry but had no tears. They didn't know what was going on either. Why did Team C suddenly erupt? However, cheating was absolutely impossible. Although the other party was their disciple, this was a joint competition that they were hosting. If there was any cheating, it would definitely damage their reputation. It was simply impossible for them to do such a stupid thing. Moreover, they were not fools. Even if they wanted to cheat, there was no need to do it so obviously. The stone tablet clearly stated that all 40 array flags were in one team. Wasn't this just slapping their own faces? However, logic was logic. Such a crazy increase in the number of array flags could not stop the doubts and speculations of the crowd. However, they couldn't see what was going on inside the secret realm. The Immortal Spirit Academy had no choice but to bitterly investigate the disciples who had been eliminated in advance. Although no one wanted to reduce everyone's suspicions, they still had to be fair. This was especially true for the disciples of their own academies. However, they were unable to find out the reason at all. The answers given by these disciples who had been eliminated in advance were that they didn't know, weren't clear, and didn't understand. Was there such a thing? This kind of answer. The other academies were even more adamant that they had never seen any disciples from the third group of the Immortal Spirit Academy. There was also nothing special happening inside. And they didn't know if it was an illusion, but they felt that these disciples who had been eliminated in advance did not seem to be very regretful or sad. They even seemed a little excited. This investigation did not yield any results. And the number of array flags in the Immortal Spirit Academy C23 group was still increasing. On the 8th day, it had already increased to 68 array flags. Only a small number were scattered among the various groups. Everyone, what the hell? However, at this time, something big had indeed happened in the secret realm. Something big that made the entire mystic realm go crazy. The cause was an unfamiliar voice that rang through the communication cards of the Immortal Spirit Academy disciples. However, it made one's heart surge for no reason. Attention, attention! 50% discount on exotic beasts is a huge sale. Exotic beasts that originally cost 1 million or 2 million void coins are now being sold at 50%. 500,000. 500,000. Yes. You didn't hear wrongly. It's 500,000. You won't lose out if you buy it for 500,000. You won't be cheated for 500,000. But you can buy a whole, fresh beast from the mystic realm. Whether it's the red-scented fish beast, horned cloud beast, standing rolling wind beast, 9 dots rouge beast, as long as you want to buy it, we have all of them here. There are many breeds and we are honest. Today, we are only open for 4 hours. First come, first served. Sold out. The first buyer will get a double discount. On top of the 50% discount, another 50% discount. This is a rare opportunity. Hurry to the small river on the east side of the mystic realm to buy it. When they first heard it, everyone was dumbfounded. They silently scolded him for being crazy. He actually put up such an advertisement in the competition mystic realm. But when some of them were really bored and went to explore out of curiosity, they really bought the exotic beasts they needed. One must know that these were exotic beasts. Every part of their body was a treasure. Their muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and blood all had their own special effects. They were all priceless in the world. After all, exotic beasts were ferocious. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would risk their life to hunt them. But they didn't expect that there would be such an idiot in the mystic realm. Not only were they selling them openly, they were also selling them at such a low price. Whoever didn't buy them would be an idiot. At first, only the Immortal Spirit Academy disciples knew about it. They also wanted to keep the news to themselves and take advantage of it. They wanted to buy as many as they could. But after all, they were here for the competition. Those who brought huge sums of money with them had to have the money to buy more. They had no choice. Those who were on good terms could only borrow from each other. Of course, they could not borrow from their own academy. Others wanted to buy as well. So they could only borrow from those who did not know about it. As time went by, the news naturally spread. So the entire mystic realm went crazy. There was a long queue at the small river and they started buying. Damn the competition. How could buying exotic beasts be more important? Ling Hong and the other 3 who were temporarily recruited by Lone Moon were extremely busy. At first, they were dumbfounded. Later, they felt that these exotic beasts were too cheap. In the end, they got used to it. They could even draw inferences about other things from one instance. Fellow Daoist, these are fire-type exotic beasts. I still have a few here. Do you want to buy a few more? Fellow Daoist, our exotic beasts are sold at a fixed price. If you don't buy them, they will be gone tomorrow. Fellow Daoist, do you want to see them alive? What do you mean there are no spirit beast bags? It's okay. We sell them here too. Fellow Daoist, you know how to tame beasts. Do you want to see the cubs? And the unhatched eggs? Do you want to understand them? Chapter 581. The few of them even specially set up a stage to display their goods in all directions. And Lone Moon and the other three sat around the back, leisurely eating their meals. But Father Nyo forcibly increased the time that Chef went out to find ingredients from an hour to 2 hours. At first, I Ching was unwilling. Although he was used to going out to find ingredients, these were all prepared for Master. Why should he take them out to sell? Did Chef and foodies have dignity too? Count it as wages, and add 3 times the food expenses. Lone Moon held out 3 fingers. All right. To a certain disciple instantly gave in. Dignity is not as important as food. So the mystic realm that was originally full of ferocious beasts, all kinds of beasts were disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Almost more than 80% of the people who entered the mystic realm bought one, or half a beast, or bought a beast in the form of shares. Such a hot scene lasted until the 8th day. At this time, more than half of the people in the mystic realm were gone, and of course the beasts were gone too. Everyone received another message in their communication cards. Attention, attention, a big sale of array flags. Want to qualify for the pass? Pass array flags, only 100 void coins, only 30 pieces sold. First come, first served, sold out. Support for IOU transactions. Everyone who heard the message was stunned, and then suddenly remembered. Holy shit. So they were competing. They completely forgot about this. These days, they only cared about queuing, and some even waited for a few nights. They completely forgot about the array flags. But everyone was still optimistic. With beasts, the array flags did not matter. Anyway, not everyone could get first place, they had already profited. There were even some people who were afraid that the beasts in their hands would be snatched away, and there were many people who deliberately self-destructed. Apart from some elite disciples of large academies, after all, under elite education, there were still many responsible people who would disguise themselves to buy array flags. So although the array flag business was not as popular as before, more than 60 flags were still sold out. Hence, the crowd outside the mystic realm saw that the name, Immortal Academy C23, which had originally been pushed to the top, finally dropped in a straight line within 2 days. The number also dropped from the initial 60-something to 4, and it was sandwiched between the other names. The surrounding teachers were dumbfounded, but they couldn't figure out the reason. Those who came out in advance didn't say anything because they wanted to keep the news that they had treasures with them a secret. After all, they were here on behalf of the academy, and they might have to hand them over if they told the truth. Finally, the people inside wouldn't say anything. Nonsense. The array flags were all bought. Could it be that he directly told others that he had cheated? Even when Ling Hong and the other 3 were called in for questioning, they insisted that they did not know anything and that they were just lucky to find out about the array flags at the last moment. Therefore, in the end, the Immortal Spirit Academy could only give an explanation. There was a mistake in the array on the stone tablet, which led to the error in the statistics. Just like that, the first round of the competition ended in a dramatic manner. Contrary to expectations, there were only a total of 75 people who entered the second round. That's right. More than 1,000 disciples had entered, but there were still more than 20 array flags that had not been found. Of course, Shening, who had been cooped up by the river for 10 days, also advanced gloriously. Not to mention Ling Hong and the other 3 who were completely lying on the ground and Buggy who didn't manage to get any more food. They themselves felt that their victory was inexplicable. The short 10 days felt like a dream. When they came back to their senses, they had already entered the second round. They were still holding a frighteningly large bag of void coins in their hands. That was the bonus that Lone Moon gave them. Lone Moon was the biggest winner of this competition. He held in his hands the void coins that others would not be able to earn in a few lifetimes. There were also more than 60 promissory notes. He was so happy that he even gave Shining and Chef some pocket money. He looked at the promissory notes in his hands and thought about the second competition in a few days. Instantly, he felt that he had a 90% chance of winning without doing anything. The second competition was set to be 3 days later. Lone Moon really felt that there was nothing much to prepare. He was just about to bring the master and disciple and Buggy there to have a good meal. But they welcomed their first guest in the Void Land, and it was someone familiar. Fellow Taoists, long time no see. The other party walked over quickly. Are the few of you going out? Ling Hong, why are you here? Lone Moon instantly recognized the person in front of him. After all, in those 10 days, his performance was the best among the 4 of them. What's the matter? I specially came to thank the few of you. With that said, he solemnly bowed to the few of them. He looked around before lowering his voice and said, regarding that red-scented fish beast previously, I still have to thank the few of you. You're welcome. Lone Moon smiled. I said long ago that you bought it with your own money. It has nothing to do with us. That being said, if it wasn't for your kind intentions, we would not have been able to buy it. He still looked grateful. Thinking of something, he continued. Oh yes, I'm here this time because I have news regarding the next competition. I want to inform the few of you. Oh. The competition schedule is out. Lone Moon was stunned for a moment. Then he stepped aside. Let's go in and talk. Just as he was about to let Ling Hong enter the house, Chef and Shining stood at the door without moving. 2 pairs of resentful eyes stared at Father Nyo. Shining, what happened to the promised meal? I Ching, what happened to the promised feast? Lone Moon. Don't forget what you're here for. Only Buggy looked back and forth at the few of them with a confused expression. What was going on? Why weren't they moving? He was hungry too. After all, he had been eating plain rice for 10 days. All right. Lone Moon glared at the 2 troublesome little rascals. Go out and eat. Come back and reimburse, all right? Yes, Father Nyo. No problem, Father Nyo. The 2 of them cheered. Their faces were full of joy as they walked out of the door. They even dragged Buggy along with them. Ling Hong. Why did he have the illusion that he was looking at a patriarchal compromise? Fellow Taoist Ling, please come in. Lone Moon then led Ling Hong into the house. Thank you for coming here personally. Fellow Taoist Lone Moon, you're too polite. This matter will be announced tomorrow. I'm just informing you a few hours in advance. Ling Hong said. Then I wonder what the second competition is about. Ling Hong frowned. Then, he said in a low voice, it's much harder than the mystic realm last time. It's about breaking through the Academy's 1000 phenomenon array. 1000 phenomenon array. Lone Moon was stunned. Is it an array formation? Fellow Taoist is aware. The 1000 phenomenon array is an array formation set up by an exalted immortal from the Immortal Academy many years ago. He frowned and said, there are thousands of changes in this array. There are many overlapping arrays inside. It's said to have the 1000 phenomenon array. It's not easy to walk out of it. Oh. If it was really just an array formation, then it would be easy. Both he and Chef were good at it. Chapter 582. Fellow Taoist, you have to be careful. This time, it's not just the contestants who will enter the array. Ling Hong's expression changed. He looked at Lone Moon guiltily. I don't know if it's because of what happened in the mystic realm last time that the teachers in the academy became suspicious. So this time, the 10,000 phenomenon array is not just about passing the array, there will also be teachers participating. With the teachers' abilities, if they meet them, they will probably be eliminated immediately. You mean that your teachers will enter the array personally to fight? Lone Moon was shocked. This was good news. Who knows, they might be able to find out where the spirit seed was. Yes. Ling Hong thought that he was worried. He continued to explain. Those who will enter the array are teachers who are very familiar with arrays. I heard that even Teacher Yen will enter. He is the #1 person in the academy and the teacher with the highest cultivation. It looks like this competition will not be so easy to pass. Lone Moon nodded. He already had a plan. Alright, thank you for telling me all this. It's nothing. He quickly waved his hand. Fellow Daoist, you've helped us a lot. We don't have any other abilities. We can only do such small things. Lone Moon smiled. He was about to say something more when he suddenly thought of something. Oh right, the friend you said you wanted to save last time. How is she now? Is she done? His face paled for a moment, and his brows furrowed. Not yet, for now. Why? Lone Moon faltered. There aren't enough fish bones. Chef still has some. How about, no. It's not that. He quickly shook his head. With some embarrassment, he said, it's not because of the fish bones. The Fish King's fish bones are enough. And they are the most effective ones. It's just that the red-scented fish beast's bones are extremely hard. We can't find anything to refine it. So, we can't make medicine to save my friend. Medicine? Wasn't it refining pills? But it's all right. I've already applied to the academy to use the Earth Heart Fire. If we're lucky, we can pass in half a month. He smiled. As long as we have the Earth Heart Fire, we can definitely refine the fish bones. My friend will be able to recover immediately. Although he was smiling, it was obvious that he was still worried. It seemed like things were not going as smoothly as he said. You just need to refine the fish bones. Yes. He nodded and said, the bones of the red-scented fish monster contain poison, so we need to use the deviant flame to burn off the poison inside before we can refine the medicine. If that's the case. Lone Moon sighed. On account of the fact that I Ching had helped him for a few days, Lone Moon decided to help him again. Perhaps you can ask Chef for help. He can definitely help you refine those fish bones. Which deviant fire could compare to the true phoenix fire? It would be easy to burn fish bones. Of course. His expression lit up, and he stood up immediately. Lone Moon nodded. Then how about we go find fellow Daoist now? His face was full of excitement. He thought of something and couldn't help but add, I wonder what he likes. Should I prepare something? Lone Moon thought for a moment and said, prepare some top-notch, oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar. Ling Hong, what the hell? Ling Hong had always felt that fellow Daoist I Ching was not a very easy person to talk to. Because in those 10 days in the mystic realm, he basically did not speak a single word to the four of them. Even when he was talking to the insect in the same group, he could keep it simple and cold the entire time, looking like he was not easy to get close to. So when Lone Moon said that he only needed to bring some oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, he was still a little doubtful. Would these things be able to move the other party? In his worry, he couldn't help but buy more food and local specialties. He carried a big box over to look for I Ching. Miraculously, the moment he explained the purpose of his visit, the other party immediately accepted his box. He turned and stuffed the food into Miss Shin's bag beside him, then turned back and replied seriously, all right. Ling Hong was a little stunned. He actually agreed. By the time he reacted, he had already brought the few of them home. A gentle male voice rang out in the house. Ling Hong, you're back so soon. Have you properly thanked anyone? He paused mid-sentence and looked up at the few people who had followed him in. These few are. Only then did Lone Moon see a young man sitting on the reclining chair in the room. He looked to be in his 20s, and his face was strangely pale, but his expression was exceptionally gentle. There was a blanket covering his feet, and he seemed to be unable to walk. Using his divine perception, Lone Moon instantly saw that the meridians in his legs were all broken. It seemed to be more than a month old, and there was demonic chi entrenched in his dantian. Big brother. Ling Hong took a step forward and introduced with some joy. These are the fellow Taoists who sold our red-scented fish beast in the mystic realm. Ling Wenxian's eyes lit up. He hurriedly cupped his fists towards Lone Moon and the others. So it's fellow Taoists. Thank you for taking care of my younger brother in the mystic realm. I can't thank you enough. Fellow Taoist, you're too polite. They've also helped me a lot. It's just a mutual benefit. Lone Moon smiled. Big brother, this fellow Taoist I Ching has a way to refine the fish bones. Ling Hong said excitedly. That's why I brought them here. Really? Ling Wenxian's eyes widened. A moment later, his eyes darkened with some guilt. Brother Hong, they're already being kind by selling you the fish beast. How can you trouble them again? What's more, it's not that easy to refine the Fish King's fish bones. It's just a small matter, Lone Moon continued. We're friends since we're fated to meet. What's more, refining is not a big deal to us. Ling Wenxian raised his head to look at them. Seeing that they really did not seem to be forcing him, he then said seriously, in that case, thank you very much. If I really have a chance to recover, if there's anything I can help with in the future, I will not hesitate to help. Lone Moon returned a polite smile before turning to look at Ling Hong. Where are the fish bones? Bring us there. Now. All right. Ling Hong did not expect them to actually want to start now. He hurriedly greeted the person in front of him. Then big brother, I'll bring them to the medicine room first. With that said, he turned and led them to a room at the side. The few of them followed him in. Only then did they realize that the room was filled with all kinds of herbs. Once they entered, they could smell the strong medicinal smell. There was also a long table in the middle. There were piles of bottles and jars on it. Lone Moon casually scanned the room. The strange thing was, although there were many herbs, there was not a single spirit herb. They were all ordinary herbs. Ling Hong directly walked towards the largest box in the innermost part of the room. He undid the layers of array formations on it and even peeled off a few Dharma talismans. Only then did he carefully open the box. Lying inside was the leftover fish bones that they had eaten previously. The fish bones are here. Ling Hong carefully took out a section of the fish bones. As he handed it to Yi Qing, he said, this fish bone is extremely difficult to refine. I've calculated it. Even if I use the deviant fire, I'll need at least 7 days and 7 nights to completely refine it. So for these few days, I'll have to trouble. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.